We will start with the karakia. Whakatatara te hau ki te tura, whakatara hau ki tonga, ki e mā kina kina ki uta, ki e mā taratara ki tai, e hi ake ana te atakura, he hio, he hoka, he hohu, te he ora. Welcome everyone. So first up, we will deal with apologies. I have an apology for early departure from Councillor Compton. Are there any other apologies? It could be a long day or it could be a short day. I don't know. Okay, all right. So do I have a seconder? Thank you, Puiwi Kelly. I'll now put the motion, which has been moved and seconded. And that is carried. Now I call conflicts of interest. I now call on members to declare any conflicts of interest that they may have in relation to the agenda. Is there any? Oh, Puiwi Kelly? Oh, okay.
Do you know what item that is?
Short-term accommodation?
Yes,
is that?
thank you.
Thank you. Are you intending to not enter the debate on that part of the... Okay, thank you. All right. Now, we have that recorded, and now we'll move to confirmation of minutes. So I move the motion that the Taurapa Council Planning and Finance Committee approves the minutes of the Taurapa Council Planning and Finance Committee meeting held on the 14th of May 2026, having been circulated, and that they be taken as read and confirmed as an accurate record of that meeting. Do I have a seconder? Thank you, Councillor Compton. I'll now put the motion forward. And that's carried unanimously. Good start. There are no items not on the agenda, but as you know, we had a supplementary agenda being the annual plan. So that, in terms of the agenda, that's being slotted in after the paper on the rates remission. And we'll now move into public participation. Just to clarify that in terms of, because we've been through a process in terms of consultation around the annual plan, I have not allowed any public participants to put forward about the annual plan today. But the participant today is talking about the rates remission, which I acknowledge as a new paper. So can I welcome Darren Young? Oh, welcome, Darren. Thank you for coming in. Can we check your mic's on so that it's recorded?
Yeah, it's on there.
Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you for the chance to speak this morning. I'm going to be speaking to the rates remission for properties impacted by the severe weather event on the 20th of April. As you can imagine, there's been lots of frustrating things for us dealing with insurance companies and stuff, which has happened in the last week, which you expect. But dealing with council, 2.5 weeks ago I rang council, we moved into a rental property and we had no recycling bin. So I asked, could someone please, I contacted your contact centre and asked, could I take our bin from our existing property or can you supply one? I'm still waiting for my phone call to be returned. Quite frustrating. Moving on to the paper. Personally, I personally would appreciate any rates relief that council decide is appropriate today. And if you're not aware, a group was formed called the Wellington April 2026 Flood Support Group by a lady named Lucy. It has 168 members as of this morning. And feedback is just not mine, but people that replied to my post in the group yesterday. One of the main things that was a common theme was that people wanted you to tightly define what is uninhabitable or unable to be occupied. And I think that's a critical element in what you're deciding on today. Some people could be living in their property like we were for 4 days with no hot water, no heating, sewage through it before we moved out, and they might not be aware of their welfare options as well, and that was another common theme. Many in the group are not aware of the council's welfare register. Many are asking, how do we apply? Some have contacted council by email and phone and have had no reply as well. Some in the group have asked for the rates relief to be as broad as possible, and I know, having watched all of your oral submissions myself on the annual plan, you've had a lot of requests for money, so I'll leave that to you guys to decide how broad you make it. And just to let you know, the group is having another meeting on the 6th of June in Island Bay, and it might be a good idea to have someone there from the people that are responsible for this rates remission team to explain the criteria, hand out application forms and something like that, because at the moment there isn't someone scheduled to be there for that. Now, this photo that you see up on your screens is my neighbour in Liaret Street. They didn't even know this slip occurred. That was taken actually a week ago, but in the morning they were in their property and we got them out. They had a 3-month-old and a 3-year-old, and they escaped with the clothes on their back. So, thank you for listening, and any questions, I need to be happy to answer.
Thank you, and you've given us some really good suggestions, and particularly about the June meeting as well, and we'll ensure that we have somebody there in regard to rates remissions on what is passed this morning. Are there any questions from anyone? Councillor Foon?
Thank you, Chair. Darren, just wanted to get your, because I know that Council has been pumping out a lot of information, and from what I heard at the earlier meeting the other day, there's still a non-clarity on who's leading the recovery. So I'm just trying to figure out the gap. Like, do you have an idea of why there's a gap in people coming or feeling like they can come to council, or that systems are there for them?
Yeah, I think there is a gap. How you bridge that is another question. Obviously, I'm aware because I follow council quite closely, but people aren't aware that there's a recovery team set up and things like that. That's why this meeting will be critical if you've got the right people there, I think.
Yeah.
So that, as I said, there's 168 members. You've got a group there that want to find out more about it, and the best way is face-to-face, I think, rather than like the gentleman that I was trying to help. He won't be on social media.
Yeah.
He won't navigate the internet. So there's a lot of people out there like them. Yeah.
Yeah. Thank you, Darren.
Okay.
Councillor Abdurrahman?
Thank you, Darren, for your consistency. I'm in that group, and that's really interesting that what is coming through. And one of the commentator in that group said that regards to the mayoral funding, how good experience she had, and another one also confirmed that. How about you, and do you think that is also getting well for the community? It's helping to some extent?
I think it is, though, but having, I walk around the area quite a bit, and there was some kainga ora tenants that have been poorly treated by their landlord who aren't aware of it. There could be gaps out there that have been missed, yeah.
We really want to close that gap. How do you think we can approach those things? Because landlords, we might have a details through our council officers. How do you think that can be approached beyond, other than, is that maybe that good idea to raise in the group and then they can connect them to the services? Or what is your suggestion?
It could be from the community, because the community's been great on the ground. So key people in residents associations or something, that just knocking on doors, it could be the answer to that one. Yeah.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Thank you for coming in, Darren, and we'll look to filling in the gaps as possible. Okay. Right. So, another announcement about the order? No. Okay. All right. So now we'll move into general business, and we'll on to our rates remission for properties impacted by the severe weather event in April. Can I welcome Raina Kiriyama to introduce the report, please? Welcome.
Kia ora koutou. I'll take the report as read, but just to highlight the purpose of the report is to classify the weather event on the 20th of April as an emergency event and therefore triggering our rates remission policy. So the report looks to approve a targeted rates relief for those ratepayers impacted or where their house is uninhabitable for more than 28 days. We've estimated the cost of the remission to be about $400,000, and that is based on an estimated 80 properties. Happy to take any questions.
Okay, we have a question from Councillor Foon.
Yeah. Kia ora, Raina. We just had a submitter who was asking for clarification on uninhabitable and can't remember the other one, and I haven't had time to relook at it. How can we make that more explicit for people? Because I think there's grey areas for people, and so where are our lines and how can we clarify this better?
Look, this was pulled together at pace, so I think no, absolutely. So I think what we need to do is based on that is make sure that we're really clear about the criteria and how that applies to ratepayers and properties that have been impacted.
Great. And would it be possible that we could have an inquiry so that we can help people who may be in the grey area?
Absolutely. From a process perspective, we're looking at setting up formal communications as well as. I will just point to, in the report, we highlighted that we will be contacting all properties. Unfortunately, we're unable to do that based on the information we have. So we're looking at the process to make sure that we're able to understand the properties that have been impacted as well.
Yeah, great. Thanks, Raina.
Sorry, Andrea, did you have something?
Yep. Did you want to say something?
No, and
we got confused, sorry.
Yeah, no, just referring to the previous speaker, we'll look at opportunities to attend forum like they've suggested. That's not a problem. We will commit to doing that.
Thank you. Councillor Compton.
Thank you, Chair. In the Q&A, I asked a question around Moa Point, and I was just wondering if officers had considered the Moa Point incident to be classed as an emergency and therefore possible to have rates remission as well.
No, in terms of Moa Point, we haven't looked at that as an emergency event and haven't sought direction from the council. If that was something that the council wished us to do, they could certainly request it via the chair and through the rest of the councillors to bring that forward.
Thank you. Councillor Abdurrahman.
So let's say today council make a decision on this one. Where would be for the community to look for the application? Is that through the recovery team or through the rates remission team? Or is there any organised way of approaching them to apply it? What that looks like?
I'll pass that one to Andrea.
So it's really important to note that the recovery team is a temporary team and we need to embed this into our BAU systems and processes so that we can continue to work with the ratepayers that are affected. So we would expect to see that set up within our rates team.
So basically what I'm trying to get into is there are some people who already requested for rates remission without even knowing this is coming up. And is that the council approaching them or people getting the information? How do some of them even know we are doing this today?
It's going to be a hybrid, right, where we take the information that we do have from the communication we have received from those ratepayers and also looking to contact other ratepayers that we're aware may have been impacted. So it is going to be a hybrid way, but there will definitely be communications based on those ratepayers that we understand are impacted.
Councillor Chung.
Great, thanks very much, Raina. When you actually identify a house that has actually been damaged, like when you look at it like this, it's obvious that it's quite clear, but do you actually go to adjoining houses or go to the nearby neighbours and maybe drop a flyer in the box to ask them to contact you or contact us if they have any issues with it?
That could absolutely be something we look at doing, yes.
Great, thank you.
All right. Puiwi Kelly.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. Through you, I remember reading a question, one of the Q&A questions was, would Greater Wellington Regional Council be doing a rate remission on their portion of the rates as well, but I don't remember reading the answer, and my apologies if you have answered it.
We are currently working with Greater Wellington and providing them with our proposed rates remission, and so it's up to them as to whether or not they follow suit with the same remission as well.
So just to be clear, the rate remission that we are giving is just our portion of the rates that we collect at this stage.
Correct.
Well,
Yes.
let's hope they come to the party as well. Ka pai.
Yep, good point. Okay, I don't see any other questions, so we will move into debate. I have Councillor Abdurrahman is moving the paper. So.
Kia ora whānau. As you all know, following that incident, a lot of our community have been really through a tough time. And thanks to all those who involved, and I think this is the least we can do for the community that has gone through so much. We recently had a meeting at the Berhampuru School where a lot of people came together, and the mayor was there, Councillor Fawn was there, and the emotion, the anxiety is still there. Instability that followed following that April flood is still there in the community, and neighbors not knowing when they're going to go back to their houses. About 40 households are out of their house, is still in different places, and that stability is big for the community that's very connected. And the story of one of the tenants in Berhampur, currently she's staying in the northern suburb, and her children goes to school in Berhampur, and she works somewhere else. And her she lost her car during that flood as well. So there are so many stressful periods for the community in that regard. As at least being able to do this is the least we can do, and I encourage all of you to support, and also hopefully all of you will be attending the meeting that we have on the 6th of April in Berhampur or Irambe. I'm not sure if it's confirmed yet. Councillor Fung can help me, so we can hear what the community really going through, and then how we can respond better in going forward as well. And to the recovery team who are trying their best, it's a long way to go, and there's still a lot of work to be done, as Dylan already indicated. Even though we're doing everything we can, we are not reaching all of our community. We need to diversify, or maybe even creative, the way we reach out. Leaflet might not be enough for someone who already vacated their house. The social media might not be enough for some people who are not in social media. So let's work on that communication so they can utilize what we're making a decision on today as well. I will be really disappointed if anyone missed this opportunity, not knowing we are even at least doing this. So let's make sure this information reaches to the community and they also get the support they deserve. And I hope you all support this. I think it's an easy yes from all of you. So yeah, I'll leave it there.
Thank you. And you, Councillor Foon is seconding.
Yeah. Kia ora. I think Councillor Abdurrahman has, really outlined, and thank you to Darren as well for coming in this morning. I also do want to thank officers for pulling this together very quickly. I know council processes aren't easy, so the fact that we are here today voting on it is a really great sign of moving in haste, so thank you, team. But look, for us councillors, I do urge you to support. I think we all recognise that while the the Paikawakawa and southern, Karori were impacted heavily. It can happen to any one of us in Wellington at any time. And I look forward to reaching out to my colleagues at Greater Wellington and asking them for the same support. But yeah, thank you, everyone.
Thank you. Are there anybody else who wish to speak? No. So, I think the paper is well written, and I think we're all very supportive of what this will, without prejudging the votes. Better be careful about that. And as you can see, there's no amendments. Councillor Abdurrahman, do you need a right of reply?
No, even though today is about the community, I just really want to acknowledge the mayor's leadership in this space as well. He's been going to householders with us, and Liam and his team as well, and the chief executive. We went around and talking to the community. I really want to acknowledge that leadership from the mayor and from the officer side. Let's do better in going forward.
All right. Okay. So take it everyone was happy them all to be taken together. So can I ask you to please vote? And carried unanimously. Okay. We are now moving to the annual plan paper, but I'm just going to adjourn the meeting for 5 minutes because there is a substantive amendment which involves a couple of clauses, which is all about clarification of a couple of the points made. It's not actually moving any of the amendments. They will all be dealt with separately. So a 5-minute adjournment to 10 o'clock. Thank you. a flag for this annual plan debate, because there's a series of amendments and some sort of cross over each other, and some, I think we will just probably, before we move on to next amendments, we'll just take a few minutes just to make sure everything is still as people want to put them up. So, I'll just get my notes. Okay, so we'll now move on to the annual plan for 26-27, and I welcome Baz Kaufman and Raina Kiriamu back again to introduce the report.
Good morning, everyone. We'll keep our introductory remarks reasonably brief since we've already had a session earlier about the consultation results. So just to start, the starting position for rates this year was always very, very high, above 12%. In the context of significant affordability concerns, officers went away and did a reasonable amount of work to try and get that down. We got into single digits, high nines, as I recall. And from there, the working group, the Revenue and Financial Value Working Group, took further action and did further work to reduce the rates further down to about 7.4, which is what we went out for consultation with. Subsequent to that, further work by the finance team has been able to reduce that to 5.8%, which is what is in your papers in front of you. In terms of community views, we had a really good turnout, I thought. Normally for annual plans, we get somewhere around 400 to 600 submissions. We got just under 2,800, so a very engaged community, which is always wonderful to see. In terms of feedback, yes, there were people that obviously wanted some of the savings not to happen, others wanted to go further. But on balance, I think if you look through the key proposals, there was support for them. This annual plan, of course, tries to strike the balance between addressing the affordability concerns while maintaining services. And I think the community feedback has been that it's supportive of the approach that's been taken. The last thing that I want to say is that there are some new councillors that haven't done an annual plan before. Today's what we refer to as the final annual plan deliberations, and what that means is that this is the last time to really make changes. After this point, staff go away and in essence write the annual plan, finalise the budgets and prepare for striking the rates. And we can't make changes after this, after today, simply because there wouldn't be enough time to make changes to the annual plan and strike the rates before 1 July. I'll leave it there, but Raina's got a few things as well.
Kia ora koutou. I just wanted to highlight Resolution 13 about Otari Wilton Bush Laboratory. This figure is not reflected in the 5.8% rates increase, so that was a last minute change. So by reducing the savings to 110,000, there will be an impact of about 0.023% on rates. So just wanted to highlight that. Thank you.
Thank you. And I think we'll need to take, when we start adding up all the bits, we need to understand, especially through the amendments, what that actually means to the final figure. I do have one question. So we started off consulting on 7.4. We've got down to around 5.8, which is 1.6 difference. And that's taking into account additional costs that come in. So could we have known about those potential other savings prior to going out for consultation?
No, essentially as part of finalising the current financial year, we look at our capital program and forecast where we plan to be at the end of the year. Based on this, we look at our budgets and what needs to be carried forward to ensure that projects can be completed and funding is available in the next financial year. That is where the majority of the costs have reduced for depreciation and interest, based on moving the capital expenditure budgets into the next financial or future years. Now, it is a timing difference, so the depreciation will kick in the 27-28 or future years, so it is just a timing change.
Okay, thank you. We have a question, Councillor Compton.
Thank you, Chair. I've got 3 questions. They're all related to STA. So can I just confirm, if approved today, when would it be effective from in terms of being charging through to the rates?
It would be effective from 1 July 2026. However, we have not been able to yet identify those properties, so we would not be charging anyone the short-term accommodation differential for the 26-27 financial year. We would start charging from the 27-28 financial year.
Thank you. Can you also please confirm that Airbnbs that are essentially a private primary residence are not captured by the STA differential?
I'll look to Vincent to answer that question.
Yes, that's correct. There is an exemption in the policy and in the paper. If it's used as a primary residence, it's exempt from the STA differential.
Great, thank you. My final question is the $100,000 for Airbnb identification and enforcement, is that factored into the budget?
Yes, it is.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Young.
Thank you. So the existing policy on short-term accommodation is that they should be charged 3.7, the commercial differential. Why was that never enforced?
I think it's around the identification issues that there are to find the properties that would be classified as that. And I think through the Q&As we advised that there was talk about delaying until there was a bed tax in place to enforce it.
Hard to understand what's changed. Thank you.
Yep. Councillor Foon.
Just a couple of questions on the Tangako activation. Do you want them?
Sure.
Great. Was there any economic benefits modelling done to that budget?
I'll get James to come and answer these questions.
Through you, Chair, kia ora, Councillor. The short answer is no, not in a kind of scientific economic benefit analysis methodology. What we did do is over the years since 2020, 2021, when the Tanako project was initiated and the intent and benefits of that project were identified via council decisions and meetings of the project governance. The benefits certainly identified the fact that the intent of Tanako was to generate additional visitation via all of the different facilities in the precinct, and that there was an opportunity to generate higher visitation with a coordinated effort across the various different facilities in the precinct. And so that was, I guess, the base assumption that we took into the work around setting up the necessary or perceived necessary kind of resourcing and budgeting for Tanako activation. Initially, that was very much focused on Te Matapihi, the library itself. But as it became clear what the intent was for the town hall development and the other developments in the square, that was broadened out to be across the entirety of Tanako.
Great, thank you. And one more question on that. Just with the balance, can you please clarify what outcomes are we expecting with the remainder of the fund for Tangako activation?
So, in essence, what we've done in order to, identify opportunities to save money, we've looked at that element of Tanako activation, which was a service uplift, and we've identified alternative ways of, in essence, delivering aspects of what that would have provided for us. And that is leveraging more across the partners. So, for example, NZSO and Victoria University Wellington with the Town Hall, leveraging more across Experience Wellington, and leveraging more across the libraries as well.
Okay. Are we still after the same outcome to get those, the benefits of more foot traffic?
Ultimately, absolutely, we're after that. We have put in a technology in and around Matapihi which will also go into the town hall as well, which enables us to do some reasonably sophisticated data analysis of numbers of visitors, and then using cell phone data, etc., where those people go from following that, and then what their kind of spend is in the places they go to after their visit to Tanako. So the idea being, if we can significantly increase the number of visitors across that precinct, and then we can track what they're doing, where they're going, and how they're spending money, then that will give us a good indication, coming back to your earlier question, of the actual economic benefit of working harder to generate more and more visitors into Tanako.
Great, thank you. Thanks, Chair.
Are there any other questions? Councillor Tiffenbacher?
Yeah, just and sorry, James, it's probably you again. Just in the consultation, we heard a lot of people against cutting the budget just simply because it would impact the payments to performers and the ability for artists to have some work. Do you know of the cuts that we're doing, what percentage are actually in performance payments, or is it more around maybe advertising and other sort of things? Just give us a concept of the impact on the actual artistic community.
So certainly an element of the Tanako activation would involve events, it would involve performers. That's not determined in terms of how much or how big that is. That was really to be determined through the work of the activation team itself. It's probably fair to say, though, that would have involved a lot of performers from NZSO, Victoria University of Wellington, and also it would involve, exhibition type things that we would see, coming through Experience Wellington or the galleries, etc. So ultimately, all those factors are still there. All those performers obviously are still there and still involved, and it's really a matter of how do we generate the same level of event and performance and experience overall outcome, but doing it in a different way.
So do you feel as though you'd be able to minimise the impact on the amount of paid performance actually directly to performers?
Absolutely, yeah.
Councillor Chung?
Thanks very much, James. Just wanted to clarify what you were saying about when you're tracking the spending. You're saying you track it through cell phone usage, so you actually look at where people actually go into what shop they're going at, and do you match that up with the FPOS transactions?
Exactly. Yeah, you can correlate data, different data sets, etc. So yeah, that's what we're looking at doing. Yeah.
Great. Thank you. Okay.
Good use of technology. Are there any other questions? I just want to check with my colleagues here. Knowing there's there's changes to 2 clauses in the substantive, do you have any questions on those that you sent through? Can you put them up? So that's the first one. So the change to the substantive was removing, you can see removing A and B. I'm putting that in. And then the second one was, and that's Crew Event Centre, and that's just really clarifying what is the next steps. Okay, so Councillor Foon.
Yeah, can I just clarify, is the Karori Event Centre part of the capital review process?
No, it's not. It is operating expenditure. So it's not part of the capital review process because the funding was to be given to Karori community to undertake the work. So it's operating expenditure for council.
Okay.
Debt-funded operating expenditure.
Any other questions on the substantive? Councillor Rogers?
Just the really big important stuff. Would we be able to not have it all in caps, that section?
Yeah.
Sweet.
Sorry, that was because I couldn't convert it to up and lowercase. I was on a time limit. Okay. Any other questions on the substantive? Okay, that's great. Thank you, officers. I'm sure you'll be back again for the amendments, but anyway. Okay, so the Mayor will be moving the paper.
Thank you, Chair. I'm happy to move the officer's recommendations. And look, I think this has been a challenging annual plan or budget to put together. That's not a surprise because we were faced with some challenging circumstances. I think last year's local body elections, the message was very clear from Wellingtonians as they wanted the council to exercise greater financial prudence and financial control over our spending. Some of that had started even before the election, but it has certainly happened since the election. We've been able to do things at the margins, if you like, in terms of attempting to control spending. But what was most important was how we approach the budget and the annual plan context. Understanding also, and I think this is an important point, when we were listening to the public submissions over the last couple of weeks, understanding that in the annual plan process, there are limitations on what we can do to put limits on council spending. The long-term plan offers the opportunity to do more, kind of approach more structural spending or costs within the council in a way that we don't necessarily get to do in the annual plan process. So the annual plan process is about managing what we can do within a single year's budget as against what's already in the annual plan or what's been committed previously. Even though we entered the public consultation process with a proposed average rates increase of 7.4% on the Wellington City Council rates, it was always expected that work would continue on identifying savings, and officers have done that, and they've come back with a recommendation that they have. We've seen, actually, in a recent grants committee meeting, what happens when people and organisations are faced with funding cuts, funding that we provide, and it can be very challenging and very difficult. The reality is, in my view, this is a council organisation and a council body that does have to accept the conditions that we're operating in at the moment. In Wellington, with a suppressed economy, with a static population, with major challenges that were already here, that we're facing, but have been compounded by recent announcements, particularly possible or likely future public service cuts. We have to act responsibly. We have a major challenge, I think, in the city, with the city being an affordable place in which to live. And we have a responsibility to do everything we can to make this city or get the city back to an affordable state. This annual plan and this budget is a step towards that. It cannot be the end of the work that this council does, but it is a start. There's always more that we would like to do. There's always more that we could do. Every part of council has been asked to effectively accept a cut to some degree, and we have done that. There are areas I would like to see more spending in, the stuff that promotes economic development. But to add material extra spending to achieve that would be significant. And I think right now what's important is that we signal to Wellington, to our community, that this is a council that is prepared to be responsible in this annual plan context, and we've come up with a budget to suit. I know there are a range of amendments that are coming up, and apart from a couple of sort of more marginal proposals, I don't intend to support those. If we have the opportunity to sell our carbon units and raise some funds as a result of that, I think there's a much bigger decision to make about how that gets deployed than should be taken in this context, so at the last minute. And even if you accept the current policy that we have for the use of funds realised through the sale of carbon units, because I'm not sure that policy is a particularly principled one, but even if you accept the constraints that it poses, I do not think that that policy allows us to leap to a single conclusion about how those funds should be used. I think there are a variety of ways that additional funds could be used to achieve beneficial climate change responses on the part of this council. There's no single solution to that, and we should not be driven to a single solution at this particular point. On that note, however, I recommend the recommendations of officers as amended to the rest of council.
Thank you, Mayor. I will be seconding, but I'll reserve my right until after all the amendments. We next have, so we're going to go into the amendments, and I'm seeing how they are. We'll probably take a break after each set of amendments, just to see whether the next set need to be adjusted slightly. So we will take a morning tea break after this set of amendments coming up from Deputy Mayor McNulty. And then once that decision is made on those, we'll take a morning tea break. So Deputy Mayor McNulty.
Thank you, Chair. I'm moving these amendments. They are essentially the mayoral amendments, but in the commitment to provide a nice, clean paper for debate for everyone around this table, we've chosen not to essentially put them into the as an amended substantive, but to propose them on their own merits as other councillors were today. So just explaining the mechanics. I'll just talk through quickly what the amendments are attempting to do and then a bit of rationale. So we have seen through the consultation a overwhelming support for the introduction of a differential for short-term accommodation. At a consultation which has had 4 times the usual engagement, almost 3 times what a nationally representative poll would take when you're doing polling for matters of importance. So Wellingtonians have given a clear steer. However, we want to temper that with 2 areas, so that in the event central government introduce a bed tax, which they've made murmurs about, or a national bed register, then we should review the policy. It would be entirely appropriate. And actually, I met with someone, Mr. Airbnb, as he called himself, who has essentially the best solution here, which is we do need a national bed register, because then you can start to police, or you can start to essentially charge a registration fee to the providers of short-term accommodation within Wellington City. So if you want to do short-term accommodation, there is an X fee to do so. That then becomes revenue on top of council, not a redistribution of where the differential of rates come through. Unfortunately, that is entirely unenforceable until we get legal law changes and a national bed register. And I guess, given Airbnb are quite keen to lobby in this area, that is where I think effort should be, so that we can get to the policy that would be the best application, and then it becomes a revenue generator rather than a redistributor. So that's what those clauses make clear. Should there be a national bed register or a bed tax, we will review the policy. There are a few changes around here. The Mayor has set out the times that we find ourselves in, and I think nearly everyone here ran for election with at least some commitment to try and protect those frontline community services or facilities, things that council do that are meaningful. And I admit this is kind of like giving out a few 5-cent lollies. These are very much things on the margins that do not go anywhere to what my heart would like to do, but we have tried to put them where they're effective. So the first thing is that the proposed increase in swimming charges for children this year was a 10% increase. We are proposing to wind that back to 5%. There are 80,000 visits a year that are on that child swim fee. So that is 80,000 kids that hopefully can afford to keep coming to the pool. The swim off school fee is one that when schools do bookings for a larger group visit, there was a proposed almost 15% increase in there. We proposed to freeze that. For some kids, this will be the only time they go to the pool in the next 12 months is through these types of facilities, and keeping them accessible is so important. And finally, a freeze of the recreation centre individual child program fees. So those costs come up together to $95,000 rates funded, so 0.02% in terms of what they would do as an increase. And then finally, some noting amendments through here. So we heard that we still are yet to introduce a graduate planner regime, despite actually, and being at the table in the last annual plan, that commitment that we would get there. The Chief Planning Officer has confirmed through email his intentions to get that in, but we want to have a graduate planner so that it is cheaper to do very simple resource consenting work. So that is just essentially us endorsing that direction. Councillor Abdurrahman seconding will talk to the Affordable Sports Review, but one of the first things the previous council did unanimously was make a commitment around reviewing the affordability and the accessibility of sports in Wellington. And then we commissioned the work and then we've never taken it to the next step or followed it through. We need to see through the commitment that we made at the beginning of the last council. It may be in a rates capping environment we are unable to deliver on that commitment, but we need to be able to tell the sports clubs that we've made a commitment to look at it and we've followed through to the end. So that's what B is. And the last part, we heard really clearly from a lot of submitters concerns around the new introduction of fees at Te Matapihi, Ngā Rauahane, around room hire and whether they would be accessible for community groups. So as part of the long-term plan deliberations, we've asked that officers essentially keep stock of that, report back, and if we are finding that those fees are inhibiting community access and participation, that we should look at those fees appropriately. So these are small things around the edges. These are not substantive changes to the direction of the annual plan. I would sincerely like to do more. As you've seen, the Mayor has had to pull back a proposed funding boost for Creative HQ. Now knowing that the Otari Wilton paper wasn't costed within the paper and that being a compromise. I would certainly like to put more into some of the things personally around the arts and the front, I've fronted all the cuts of the working group. That certainly doesn't mean that I voted for every single cut through those discussions, but I understand on balance where we've landed. And I guess the final thing I'll just leave with, and hopefully this is my substantive talk to the budget for the day, though, the rates capping environment, barring a change of election results, and there's still going to be immense pressure on the local government sector regardless, is coming. And life is only going to get harder. And the decisions, I think the Grants Committee meeting here from last week really just highlighted the tough, difficult decisions that are coming in front of council. And I'm really conscious that part of the reason I haven't pushed to push some of those funding things back in or freeze something entirely is that it's not fair to create an almost unfair expectation about the direction of travel. If we know that things are only going to be tougher in the long-term plan, temporary sugar hits or funding boosts might be nice, but I just don't think that's a fair thing for organisations. We all need to be prepared for what's coming in front of us, and that is a philosophy that I've adopted in pushing these amendments today. So I would sincerely like to be going further. I have pulled back and just tried to do on those things like those 80,000 swim visits that matter, and we'll move it on to questions. Thank you.
Thank you. And before we get it seconded, are there any questions of officers? I've got a question. What's Napu Ruahine? We're in. Oh.
Spirit Room and Te Matapihi.
Oh, okay. It might help if that was made a bit clearer, because a lot of people won't, if we name it by a room name as opposed to where the building is.
Since it's not second, you could say fees for the Ngā Ruahine room within Te Matapihi.
Yeah, I think that would be helpful.
Yeah, we can change that now without any leave of the meeting, can't we?
Yep.
Cool. I'll let that correction be made.
That's why we do it before we second it.
Thank you, Chair.
Are there any other questions? I've got one question. Is what does this overall mean from a budget perspective?
It's about 0.02, but Raina, if you want to confirm.
Yeah, it would be good just to get officers' advice. So essentially, it's really about the. I'm just checking that this is about the swim fees and recreational centre fees for child programs.
I believe it's around 95,000, but we will have to double check when we finalise the budget as part of today's decision.
But that's roughly okay. Thank you, Councillor Randall.
And just to confirm too, the 95,000 will just come from extra rates. So this will change the overall rates increase. Correct. Okay, thank you. We now what 5.9 roughly.
Yeah, thereabouts.
Yeah.
Thank you. Any other questions? All right. Well, do you have a seconder?
Councillor Abdurrahman.
Would you like to speak now? Or you can reserve your right to speak, or do you want to speak now? All right, okay. Are there any speakers to these amendments? Anybody want to enter into debate? Oh, Councillor Foon.
I just want to speak in support of 13A. I really support that I would like to have seen the 200K, but I respect that the position the mover is in. But I just see this as economic development for the city, and it's the biggest opportunity we've got. So
that's in respect of the money going into Creative HQ.
Correct, for the uplift of the tech startup community in Wellington. Thank you.
Oh, it wasn't moved in the amendment. It's been taken out of the substantive. So just so you know that it's not in relation to this amendment.
You could call it the proposed 13A, which has been
proposed 13A.
Yeah,
So
okay.
sorry, I'm looking at Councillor McNulty's amendments through the email.
10:07 a.m. Look, apologies, this has been a very unhoofing. So you will see the email from 10:07 just has the 3 material changes. It's the latest one that I sent, and that just has the swim charges, swim mile school fee, and child rec centre fees, and that's it. An accounting for the fact that the Mortari Wilton 110K wasn't the figure we were aware was in the starting position. So we've swapped Atari for Creative HQ.
Okay, could you please lift up this so I can see what I'm voting for, because I was online.
That's it. So no, there was a proposal to put some money into Creative HQ, but that's been removed from Deputy Mayor McNulty's amendments because they've just discovered that there was no funding for the Otari lab, so they've had to use that funding. Proposed funding altogether, basically, because the Otari lab is in the substantive. So I know it's a bit confusing, but
Apologies, Deputy Mayor, I didn't hear that. I heard,
that's all right.
I would have preferred.
Yeah, this is a problem, when we're dealing with the last minute. Okay, I don't see. Councillor Tiffenbacher.
Yeah, just in regard to the STA amendment, I'm not against the amendment on the understanding that it's not till the next rating year that we'll be charging people, and that just gives some clarity. So the amendment gives clarity to something that I actually oppose, just since because we already have a STA 3.7 multiplier in place that we've never ever basically enforced. So I'm actually against the STA just because of the way it's unlikely to occur, but because of the fact that the amendment just clarifies the clause, I'm happy to agree to the amendment.
Okay, thank you. And any other debate? Councillor Abdurrahman?
Cool. Thank you, Chair. And 3 years and 3 months ago today, I moved a notice of motion to the council. At the time, the Post's journalist Erin Gorley framed it Wellington Council backflips on affordable sport will now review fees. And she just said, football mad councillor Nuruddin Abdurrahman and seconder Terry O'Neill turned around the council position, putting forward a notice of motion to launch the independent review after it was previously rejected. 3 years later, the review happened a year after by Matlin and Jenkins, and the recommendation was divided into 3: short-term, mid-term, and long-term. And according to that recommendations, in the first 6 months, something's supposed to be happen, and then in the next 24 months, and then beyond. 2 years later, nothing has happened. And what was exactly the review? The review was basically asking council, how do you charge for the fields sport communities use? In that review, there is no clarity. And when you compare it with other cities, Wellington is the most expensive one. So we just keep increasing the fee for sport fields without any rationalization for it, basically. And the sport community has been waiting that review to be that recommendation to be implemented. And this amendment basically asking that discussion to come back as part of that long-term plan. My ideal position would be to freeze the whole fee since we do not know. But I understand we need to be a bit tightening up as well. So we need to rationalize whatever we do. And I can live with a small increase at this stage. So as council, when we look at this annual plan, more than 400% of people, an increase in the submissions. People are feeling this council listens. And that starts from implementing what we left previously as well. And this council, if this council continue to be perceived and continue to listen, those are the kind of things we need to be implementing and making clear for the communities that we serve. And I hope you all also agree that afford shouldn't be for only few privileged and should be for all. And at some stage, I hope we can even go further where we support those who can't afford to pay it, either through funding football for all or sport for all. Sport is not only football, even though I'm a mad football fan. We should support those communities. We are very lucky we have good facilities in Wellington. And those who can afford should pay to some extent, but those who can't, we need to make sure we are there supporting them. So I hope you all will support this amendment. It's a big amount, 95K, but at the same time, it's not big for the community that we're serving. And I hope, I'm hoping support from all of you. And thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Abdirahman. I'll just speak very briefly. Yes, I support this, and I share Councillor Abdirahman's frustrations and we heard it from in particular one public submission about reviewing our affordable sports fees or the review to look at those fees. So I think I'm hopeful that we will get a comprehensive review in place for the long-term plan deliberations. Deputy Mayor McNulty, your right of reply.
None required. Just thank you, everyone, and let us continue the good debate.
Thank you. Now, does anybody want anything taken separately? Pui Kelly? Or the short-term accommodation one? Yep, okay. So we will do 7A subsection I or 1 on the short-term accommodation separately. We'll do that first, and then we'll do the rest together.
Can we have a division, please?
And we'll take a division as well. So, so this first one is about the short-term accommodation. And that has passed unanimously. Or bar one, for those ones voting. Okay, and now we'll do the rest together. And that has passed unanimously. Thank you. So I declare the motion carried. Now we will take a short break, 15 minutes to 10:55 for morning tea, and then we'll be back. And Councillor Rogers, your amendments will be up next. Thank you. So now we will move to Councillor Rogers' amendments. Are they your ones? Yep. And I'll get you to, you would introduce them, please, Councillor Rogers.
Of course, my pleasure. As I circulated these on Monday, there are three parts to this amendment. The first part is around the bigger project, and that's our cycleways investment. Anyone who has been out and around the city recently would have seen that since the opening of Te Ara Tupua, there has been an explosion in the number of people jumping on their bikes to go along and ride that new rail and resilience project. It's another example of when you build infrastructure that provides safe transport, people decide to use it. The figures that were circulated to us show that on Saturday and Sunday of the opening, there were 12 times the number of cyclists on some of our infrastructure than the weekend before. That's an extra 11,000 cyclists who decided to get out and enjoy the roads and the dedicated pathways over the weekend. We also saw that this had a fantastic benefit for pedestrians. There were 3.5 times as many pedestrians down that end of the city. And we've known for a long time that building infrastructure like this continues to increase the number of people cycling. And that's exactly what we've seen when we constructed the protected Evans Bay cycleway that leads into a shared path at Oriental Bay. During the last LTP amendment, we removed $69.1 million from the cycleway network. And that meant delivering a separated and safe way for cyclists to use Oriental Bay was moved from year 7 to year 14. And many of you will know that there's an ever-increasing number of cyclists going through Oriental Parade, and their shared use of that space is causing conflict. And when more cyclists are coming to our streets because of the fuel crisis, and more people are going to be coming down from Te Ara Tupua and down from Thorndon Quay, the last thing we want to do is recreate the problems we're experiencing on Oriental Bay on the rest of our waterfront. That's exactly why this amendment is looking to bring back the inclusion of the north-south bike connection to make sure that cyclists do not have to share space with pedestrian users, that people can use the waterfront in a safe way without having to look over their shoulder for cyclists, and make sure that people can opt for a safe protected route instead of a car sewer or combating a shared space with pedestrians. Because people who are coming to school, workers who are coming into our city shouldn't have to risk their life in order to do so. And people who are walking on the waterfront shouldn't have to risk their life to enjoy our harbour either. So this is about making sure we have a safe space for cyclists to use and continue to protect the waterfront space for those who already use it. I did hear through consultation that the cost of delivering these projects was a concern for many residents. And that's why I'm proposing that this project not be rates or debt funded, and instead be funded through the ring-fence budget that was set up to fund Te Ata Kura activities. And I understand that this is new for some elected members, but this policy has been in development for over 2 years. It has included the advice not just from our internal teams, but also external teams about where is best to direct this funding. And I would also make the note that it is not jumping to solutions. We know that transport is the single largest emissions for our city. The second part of it is around the climate change response budget. It's essentially returning it to what was originally consulted on. And this is neutralising the shortfall in savings that was supposed to be identified during the consultation period. That still leaves the climate change budget millions of dollars smaller than what it was originally proposed in the long-term plan, reminding you that it is millions of dollars smaller for our climate change response budget when we are already facing the brunt of climate change. And the final little part is about parklets. I heard the Mayor say in the introduction of the paper, he really wants to see investment in economic development in the city. And making sure that businesses can very cost effectively use our public spaces to increase the number of people who are coming to our areas in the city, supporting local businesses, is a very cost effective way to make sure that the city is reawakened. So I would encourage everyone around the table to support this amendment, particularly thinking about the experiences of people walking around Oriental Bay and making sure that we commit ourselves not to repeating the mistakes of the past, but designing a future where people can adapt to the challenging impacts of climate change, the rising costs that they are facing in a way that is safe and sustainable. Oh, apologies.
I wasn't sure it was a mic drop and you wanted to carry on. Sorry.
Accidentally throwing my remote.
Okay. Are there any questions of officers on the amendments? Councillor Randall has a question.
Yes, I just wanted to ask officers who I understand have seen this. Under B1, how much money would be allocated to this, to the, how much is involved in the north-south bike connection that would be funded from the proposed sale of carbon credits?
I don't have that answer with me, Councillor, so I'll bring it very shortly. I'll just send a text and get some staff down here to do so.
Yeah, because I just think it's important that we do know the amount of money that we're talking about with respect to the whole budget before we make the final decision.
Chair, if you could, I could share. The advice that I received was over the length of the project, so not all to be in the first financial year. The total project cost was between 10 and 15, and that included a large amount of contingency for the signal.
Is it thousands or millions?
10 million.
Millions, okay.
Okay. That's a lot of money. Okay.
Rolls off the tongue so quickly, doesn't it?
Okay. Any other questions of officers? Mayor Little?
Yeah, just I guess even putting aside that the proposed source of funding for the cycleway aspect of it, what would be the impact on the rates increase of the other elements of the amendment?
Sorry, can you repeat the question? So it's around the impact on rates from these.
The other, assuming as the amendment proposes that the cycle lane aspect is funded from proceeds of the sale of carbon units, what would be the impact on the rates increase of the other elements of the amendment?
There would be no increase to rates or impact from rates. Sorry, Andrew's going to...
Although in the latter years, as we depreciate the asset, there would still be an ongoing funding that we would need to finance as a result. And although the net borrowing is to be offset through the sale of the carbon credits, there would be an ongoing
So it would
cost.
be from 27, 28, there'd be ongoing depreciation and costs. Yeah.
Yeah. Can I just clarify though, but what about the parklets fees? Because that's talking about a negative rates impact of 48. Sorry?
The advice that I received is for parklets, it would be 0.0117%.
Okay, but that's 48K. That's roughly it?
Correct.
Okay.
Yep.
All right.
Yeah.
Okay. I had a question, Councillor Compton. Oh, no. Puiwi Kelly?
For you, Madam Chair, can you talk to me about the carbon credits? So have we agreed that these are going to be sold, and do we know what that figure is?
I think I see Rainer's come up. I'll get Rainer to...
So there was an in-principle decision to sell, or a desire to sell these credits, and for advice to be brought back through the 26-27 annual plan. So the report does look for or recommend that we sell a portion of the credits, and that any proceeds from those are used to fund Te Atakura projects based on previous resolutions.
So this is the last triennium?
Correct.
Okay. So just to confirm that I'm just trying to go back to find the substantive. So are we saying that in the substantive we're agreeing that we will, the sale of the carbon credits will be put into Te Atakura projects?
From the sale of those credits would be ring-fenced and based on the previous resolution and what we're proposing here, used to fund existing Te Atakura projects. So there's decisions around which projects they would fund. Would fund.
So not new projects, existing
correct.
ones. Okay, thank you. Councillor Randall?
Yes, I just want to check too that the funds, is there an issue between OPEX and CAPEX in the sense that the cycle program is funded as normally funded as a CAPEX project, but is the sale of the carbon credits, is that like CAPEX? And
the proceeds from the sale of assets, which carbon credits are, should be used to pay down debt, except if there's a resolution to do otherwise. Okay. That's what our revenue and financing policy states.
Right, thank you very much. That clarifies that for me.
Okay, any other questions? Puiwi Hohaya.
Thank you. Just around the north-south bike connection, in terms of the overall cycle network in the city, would it be fair to say that that is the most pressing need in the cycle network?
Through you, Madam Chair. It's certainly in the near term the most pressing need. We have Bunny Street connection to make, which isn't being discussed here today. That's one of the key, most pressing link.
Thank you.
But in the immediate near future, it would be the cross-city connection to effectively Brooklyn and realise the investment that you've made already in Brooklyn.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions? No? Okay. Do you have a seconder? Councillor Osborne?
I'll second and reserve my right.
Okay, thank you. Are there any speakers to the debate? Councillor Chung?
Regarding the parklets, I went to a presentation recently where they compared the parklets in Wellington with what the parklets that they actually have in Melbourne. And the speaker there said that the differences were that in Melbourne, the parklets were utilised almost 24 hours a day, so that when the businesses were actually open during the opening hours, the businesses looked after them and they maintained them. But then in Wellington, when the businesses actually closed, they started filling up with litter and people didn't use them. They didn't use them to sit down there to enjoy them and to get the utilisation out of it. And in some of the parklets, because they didn't put fences around them, they had painted lines in there or sort of little brass studs in there so that people could easily see where the parklets were, where they weren't. And so after hours, when they weren't being utilised, even in the night and during the early mornings, they could actually use them as car parks. So what he said was that it gave a complete utilisation of them rather than commit them for the full 24 hours when they weren't being used for that time. So he felt that or he advocated that this is what Wellington should actually look at because you can get greater utilisation of our assets. And so I think that we could actually look at that as a possible way of getting better use out of them rather than reduce the price, because that wouldn't actually help. It would not charge by the metre. So I'm opposed to this part. Thank you.
Anybody else? I'm just going to make some comments. I won't be supporting these proposals. I understand the desire around the parklets fees and to take a better review. And in essence, I do support that. However, I think we've just got to try and balance our books at the moment. And look, I don't think we should, from the carbon credits, if we need to look at this more comprehensively and cohesively in terms of what any sale from carbon credits should support. Making this decision now is almost picking the winners before we've actually looked at it more holistically. So I can't support that now. And also, if you look at the public participation and the submissions that we got, most people wanted us either to go with proposal A, which was the reduced budget for cycleways, or they wanted us to do less. So I think a compromise is to go with proposal A, but certainly not to add to that. So I appreciate the spirit in which these are being offered up, but I won't be supporting them. Thank you. And Councillor Osborne.
Thanks, Chair. Look, I think Councillor Rogers has made the case pretty well for the increased investment in the cycleways network, but I would just note that many submitters we heard came to us, and many submissions that were provided really stressed the importance of protecting the safety of our residents, whether they choose to walk or whether they choose to ride a bike or catch a bus or drive a car. And I think with the advent of Te Ara Tupua and the expected significant increase in the number of cyclists through our CBD, I think investing in a north-south connection now is really just a sensible way to make sure our residents feel safe. I do just want to quickly comment, Chair, on your discussion around the consultation that you just brought up. My reading of the consultation results and the representative survey results indicated that roughly somewhere between 2/3 and 3/4 of submitters wanted to see investment in our cycleways continue, whether that was through option A, as we propose as the preferred option, or option B, to continue with the LTP. And I think this option that Councillor Rogers is putting forward is essentially option A plus. It's a compromise between those two options, and I think it's a sensible way forward. I do want to quickly touch on the climate change proposal, and I just wanted to briefly note that since I've been elected, since we were all elected in October, we really have seen the impacts of climate change time and again. We've seen our parks team are spending millions more than they budgeted on cleaning up after climate change charged storms. We've seen our waste team is spending thousands and thousands of dollars more on cleaning up after those storms. And just this morning, we've agreed to remit hundreds of thousands of dollars of rates for people who unfortunately had flooded homes in one of those storms as well. And our zoo in Zealandia have had to close for a number of days in the last 12 months that exceed the number of days they have ever had to close since they both opened. And I just really offer these examples to make plain that the costs of climate change have been in the millions since we were elected. And I don't think that we are just facing an unlucky few months. This, unfortunately, is something that we are going to be facing as the years go on. If we want to address that, we need to reduce our climate change emissions. And I know and I understand the logic of saying, well, Wellington's just one city, we're a small city in a big world, why would we bother to invest in these sort of things? But I think the problem with that logic is every single city in the world can bring themselves down to a thanks, Councillor Foon, can bring themselves down to a 200,000 group and say, well, there's no point in us investing in it. And I think that really just ultimately leads us nowhere. It really is my preference that instead of leading us nowhere, we take the lead and we really continue to fund those efforts by our communities to reduce their emissions, which will ultimately reduce their costs. So I really would urge you to support the amendment that uses $220,000 out of the sale of the carbon credits to fund for one more year our climate change team, bringing it only back up to the proposed cut that we put in the annual plan consultation, so that we can use the next 12 months to review Te Ata Kura and identify the best way to keep delivering this program that we really, really need for the good of our city and ultimately for the good of our planet.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Tiffenbacher.
Yeah, I guess I've got a slightly different approach to that discussion around the people that are coming in on Te Ata Kura. The vast majority are likely to be people heading into work. Work doesn't require them to drive around Oriental Parade. The carbon credit sales, I think, could be utilised a lot better to get a much better result for carbon emissions and things like that than continuing on that particular cycleway. And I'd also note that it is a shared path along that whole route as well, so therefore courtesy needs to be promoted massively amongst both pedestrians and cyclists to make sure that people can actually operate in a joint way if we're going to have our society work properly going forward. In regard to the parklets, I can't support this. Effectively, if you want to have space for your business outside on the street and you think that people are going to utilise it, then you should be prepared to pay the same cost of what we're foregoing in parking revenue. I'd also note that a parklet, it serves one business, it doesn't serve the businesses beside it. So if people come in and park in a park, quite often they can go to any one of probably 50 businesses that you can stop at nearby. With a parklet situation, generally only one business actually benefits from it. And at the costs that we're charging them, it's still less than the amount of parking revenue we're foregoing. So we're actually still subsidising those parklets anyway. We can have parklets all around the city, by the way, if the businesses are prepared to pay 10 grand a pop for them. I don't mind, because that means that people are utilising them. But if they're not being utilised, then we should not be subsidising them for the sake of whatever. So yeah, I can't unfortunately agree to any of these amendments.
Thank you. Councillor Foon?
Yeah, kia ora, and thank you, Councillor Rogers, for bringing these. Look, and I know that Councillor Rogers has brought it up, but just a reminder that the transport emissions are 520 kilotonnes, so nearly over half, 52%, of our 100,000 tonnes of emissions. And every time we try and bring something to just try and start incrementally reducing that, we can't seem to do it, even if we can find the money as we were asked to find it. And remember that there have been no transport reductions in this annual plan that I could see. And so this is one area where we can balance that by investing. I also want to just say that in terms of the climate, just in terms of Victoria Street, the north and south route, it is a very great concern to me that it does not connect. There are two parks sticking out on the southernmost part, which is an incredibly bad design. I appreciate that it was one of the earlier cycleway designs, but they're just sticking out there. I'm surprised there haven't been nose to tail so many times. We need to get that fixed. And then if you are brave enough to use that Victoria cycleway, and then you get dumped in the middle of nowhere with no connection to Brooklyn Hill, we need to fix it. Climate funding, just in the recent climate festival that was held, rename it community, connection, resilience, including building economic resilience. That is what these community events are doing. And so because we're naming it climate funding, there's something about we need to cut it, we need to get it reduced, but actually we are building resilience in our community. We should be funding that. We've provided a way to do it. And with the parklets, for me, these are a cheap way to activate and enliven the city with energy. And my experience is that energy brings energy and creates a vibrant and safer city. So please support that one. Thank you.
Councillor Randall?
Thank you. I think this. I'm not going to support this amendment for the simple reason that it's getting ahead of our planning. We are going to review our climate change policy anyway, and that's the time when we should consider which money should go where under climate change. I'm also very conscious that we have our debt limit at 107%. And from a resilience perspective that people talk about so much, it is critical that we get our debt limit down to our 200% self-imposed limit so we can restore what is the main element of our financial resilience. That's absolutely essential. And at the moment, we are not making progress towards this. And in fact, with this amendment, we are going backwards. I want to note also about the submissions, because I think that the submissions, you can read them different ways. As Councillor Osborne outlined, but I am going to distribute very shortly the comments on the option A, which are claims which people are counting as saying that's support for cycleways. And so the reality is, if you look at the comments, there is no support for cycleways. About 3/4 of the comments are against cycleways. Under option A. And it's important people understand that the city is trying to tell us through these submissions what they want to have happen. And as was outlined earlier, we do need to listen. But the main point and the reason I'm going to go against this is that we have a planning process that we need to go through. We've got a long-term plan coming up. That's when we make the big decisions. And we've also got a commitment to put a transport plan together, which I fully support. And transport needs to be done as a joined-up process and to be properly funded. And the only way to do that correctly is not to pre-allocate funds to certain transport favourite projects, but to keep it in the pool and have an agreed and joined up set of projects such that we will address the transport issues that we have in this city. Thank you.
Thank you. Puiwi Hohaya.
Thank you. I'll be supporting these amendments. And I just want to make one comment about the submissions that we heard. I mean, I'm not sure what you heard, Councillor Randall, but I heard an overwhelming level of support for maintaining the effort in the cycle network. And it was coming through loud and clear to me. And the other comment I'd make about this amendment is it's relative to the overall spend. It is a small piece of the network, but it'll make a huge difference to the city's overall financial resilience, to your point, Councillor Randall. So I'll be voting for these amendments.
Okay, can I just put a point of clarification here, is to remember that it's not only oral submissions, but it's also the submissions that were in writing. And I think it's important to look at the consultation feedback, which shows the results of all the consultation, oral, written, and the representative survey together. Okay, Councillor Matthews.
I guess I would characterise this annual plan as there's a tension there between the current and real affordability challenges that we have, which every city in New Zealand is facing, and that, we've had some big capital projects in relation to buildings that have put us in a difficult position, but also kind of retaining some sense or some progress towards the city that we want to become. And I think if I was to express any frustration with the process that we went through with the Revenue and Finance Working Party, it's that there wasn't a kind of a lens, a holistic lens or some sense of the greater priorities that sat behind the cuts and what that led to. And we heard a lot about disproportionate cuts to the arts, and but actually the disproportionate cuts were made to climate change funding and have been made to cycleways, which are not only a safe transport project, but are also an emissions reducing plan. So the attempts for the amendments that we made last time, and I honestly am extremely disappointed that the savings were not completely achieved and that left us with a shortfall. I will express that disappointment later through the correct means, but also the cycleway situation that we found ourselves in, that these are an attempt to rebalance that and still have the most significant funding cuts, but try and balance them and have a view to what we need to do as a city. Many of us complain about central government reducing funding from our city and reducing the focus on climate action and letting us all down in terms of our future. But we have to look at ourselves in the mirror about what we do in this city. And the reality is, one of the best things we can do for the economic climate in Wellington is to continue to do some of this work, while acknowledging, and I think the team have done a really good job about bringing down the rates increases. If there had been an option that said you can have continued cycleways without more debt and without rates increases, I can tell you that would have been extremely popular. And what many people said to us was, I agree with cycleways, but now is not the right time because of the affordability issues. Well, this is exactly why we purchased climate credits. We are targeting them at the biggest emitting area. And we are not, all we are doing is trying to retain some level of momentum and respond to the increased demand that Te Ara Tupua represents. And it doesn't, I don't quite understand your point, Councillor Tiefenbacher, because the point is people who are coming in from the hut to work at various points in the city, so they need to get across the city to there. They don't just all work where the pathway finishes. So we are creating more unsafe situations if we don't respond to that increased demand. Briefly, just about the parklets, we haven't had new parklets since we put these fees up. And actually, they don't just benefit the business that has them, they benefit the whole city because they increase the vibrancy of our streets and make people go to other places that they see along the way, or if they go to a parklet. There's not a one-to-one reduction in parking revenue because we do not have that full of occupancy on our car parks. So as long as our parklets are kind of spread, reasonably around the city, they're not going to have a negative impact on parking revenue. So I would like you to consider all of these, and but yeah, this is a balancing between current affordability, which I think this plan has done a good job on, but also where do we want to go as a city? And it's very, very hard to start up this work again. You need to continue it.
Are there any other speakers? Okay, write a reply.
Councillor Matthews did a fantastic job in replying to some of the points. So my favourite part of debate has been shortened, but
so she took more than her 3 minutes, but I'll let it go.
Okay. Yeah, just in terms of, I heard one of the comments around sort of subsidising businesses that use parklets. I would encourage members who are interested to study the elasticity of parking demand. It is quite a fascinating subject in terms of the elasticity of people's demand for parking, particularly in its locality, and also the cross elasticity that's provided through improving other transport means. So the actual fixed fee for parklets does fully cost recover all of the costs that we incur. In the budget, we have also budgeted for any lost revenue that we may get from parking. Again, noting my point about the elasticity of parking demand and supply. The other thing really is around, are we picking one thing instead of doing holistic planning? And I think if any member is going to say, we should not fund this because we haven't done the planning, they should apply the exact same logic to all forms of transport. There has been no proposal from that elected member to cut the $62.5 million that we are spending in the next financial year alone on our roading projects. You also add in all of the money that we are spending on maintaining the waterfront for working harbours. You add in all of the money that we're spending for footpaths. You add in all the money we're spending for cycling. If that elected member wanted to propose pausing all of those things until we did a connected transport plan, there might be some consistent logic there. But I think, unfortunately, this is a selective application asking to pause funding in one particular area.
Point of order, misrepresentation. Look, what I said was that we have to plan things together, that we have a policy under the Triennium Plan that you voted for to have a transport plan. I did not put forward the ridiculous idea that we should stop all transport planning because I object, because I wanted to have this element of our transports planned together.
Thank you, Councillor Randall. I'll take that as you having clarified your point, and Councillor Rogers.
Sorry, can you rule on that point of order?
I will rule on in favour of Councillor Randall. However, I think we just carry on with the debate. I think he's pointed out, he's clarified, and so we'll move on. Thank you.
Thank you. Again, I would highlight that if we wanted some logic and logical consistency, the point that I heard about pausing this particular project was around making sure that we had clarity across all of our transport projects. And so the same could be applied to other transport projects, which we are spending significant amounts of money, in fact, quantums more than what's proposed here. I would just really go back to the original point that I used to summarise the introduction of this, and that was around learning lessons of the past. And I think in particular, we have already seen that a significant number of people are coming in on Te Ara Tupua. If we are not providing safe infrastructure that is separate from pedestrians, any logical cyclist would see they could either pursue a car sewer where they could be hit by an opening door or a car changing lanes, and they would see a shared space and would logically choose the shared space. We want to provide safe options for them so that they do not have to mix with people on the waterfront, and that is why I would encourage you to support this amendment.
Thank you. All right. Does anybody want anything taken separately?
We have a division on the vote.
Yep. But does anybody want anything of these amendments taken separately, all together? Okay, we'll go all together and we'll have a division. And that has not passed. Thank you. All right, we're going to take a, I think this is a bit of a short break. It will be 5 to 10 minutes, so don't go too far from this room. And then we'll move to the amendments by Councillor Young. it probably helps the saving taking another adjournment halfway through. So I will ask Councillor Young to introduce these amendments.
I hate amendments. When I was a baby, I was very slow to talk. And my grandmother told my parents not to worry. Once I started, I'd never stop. But she was wrong. I like brevity, especially at council meetings. These amendments seemingly are disconnected, but they're actually completely related because they're all about making Wellington a better place to live and a cheaper place to die, which I'm not planning to do. Thinking of all things. Now, every now and again, the council comes up with a proposal with inadequate research that really upsets the affected members of the public. And I'm thinking of the half-cost paths that caused a real rumpus a couple of years ago. And the residents, backed by their fabulous councillors, I was one of them, won. So I want to talk about the short-term accommodation. So most people didn't realise the existing policy was to charge the full commercial rate of 3.7 times because it was never enforced. Because as it was explained to us this morning, they didn't really know how to enforce it. And actually not much has changed. The public think that the 2.6 is an increase, whereas in fact it's quite a dramatic decrease. And that's an example of the confusion around short-term accommodation. And one of the issues is a small issue, but once a house is classified as being a short-term accommodation place, if it's sold, that categorisation stays with it until the next rate review, which will be a real distance. I would not want to buy a house that had that on it, for example. It will slow down the economy. So I think we need clearer rules about identification and enforcement, and not spend $100,000 when it's all so woolly. And instead we need to lobby really heavily with the government for a bid tax, which is a far more straightforward process. That's the first amendment. So the second one I'm going to speak on very briefly because...
Scroll down. Oh, I'm just asking officers to scroll down to the...
Oh, okay.
To see it, yeah.
So the next one is about cremation. So I love cemeteries. They're a great place to go for a walk, lots of history, but actually, and the gravestones, but in my will, I'm going to be cremated. And I think we need to encourage more people to be cremated because it's a far more efficient use of land. I don't want to sound like a green, but cemeteries have a finite life, and the more people who are cremated in due course, the better. And this is an unnecessarily high increase. And the last one I just want to say is, if you just scroll down to make sure I'm talking about the right one, it's about reprioritising the discretionary climate and transport promotional engagement and behavioural... No, is that right? Yes.
Behaviour change.
Yes, thank you. And it's going to be seconded by Councillor Compton, who will do that now. And she needs to speak now because this is her moment. Thank you.
Do we have to do questions? Yes.
Can I just have some clarity about what's the impact of this amendment on the short-term accommodation with what was just agreed? None. You've got a conflict of interest. Oh, okay. Right.
Yeah.
Someone else ask that?
I think that the difference is that the First Amendment said just carry on until the government does something. This is saying pause, wait for the government to do something as per their agreement with Auckland Council, and in the meantime do some more analysis around the impacts of it. Any other questions, Councillor Foon?
Thank you, Chair. Mine's a procedural question. If I want to vote for 11, can I do that individually?
You will be able, in terms of, you can.
It's odd the way because it goes from 8 to 11 and it's hard to understand the relation. So you've deleted. So I just want to be clear. If I would like to vote for one of these without voting for the new 8, is that How can that be achieved?
You can do that, but knowing that those, as Councillor Young indicated last night, these 8 and is seen as a package with 10 and 11. So that would mean if you wanted to agree to the reduction, but you didn't want to find money elsewhere, then or agree not to have the then that means there's an extra 500k that we'd have to find, or it would be added onto the rates. Yep. Okay. Okay. The Dem Services advised that we could take the removal of 8, 10, and 11 out of this amendment, and then vote on it as part of the substantive. I'm not sure, but we've moved and seconded, so we will go with it. Yeah. We'll go through the debate and then we'll then clarify anything. Yeah, if there's more confusion. Yeah. Okay. Any other questions? Would you like to speak now? Councillor Compton has to leave, but she's going to second now. Yeah.
Thank you. I'm going to put my debate into three parts under the short-term accommodation. So I do appreciate the clarification that this policy will not impact properties where there is a primary residence and would only be implemented practically from the 1st of July 27, therefore enabling STA providers to obtain bookings unencumbered for the next 12 months. Yesterday, Councillor Albert Rubai and I met with Airbnb operators. There are a number of reasons people use Airbnbs, particularly in the suburban areas. To support grandparents, to stay with families on school holidays, to support families while they attend chemo appointments, to support the workers who participate in WOW and the Fringe Festival, to support families who are relocating either to or from Wellington, to support families impacted by emergency events such as the April floods. Councillor Al Rubai and I heard that hotel-type accommodation does not accommodate the types of needs these groups have, who often require vehicle parking. They may have animals, moving boxes, or needing to stay within a school zone to avoid disruption to children. The implementation cost of over $100,000 represents additional cost to ratepayers, with maximum negative impact on STA providers and minimal benefit to other commercial accommodation providers. So despite the revenue side being neutral, there is a $100,000 cost to ratepayers. Councillor Albert Rubai and I also told that STA providers will simply exit the market and leave Wellington with an accommodation hole, when we're needing to be promoting ourselves as extensively as possible and providing a variety of infrastructure to meet that desired demand. As of yesterday evening, there were 1,126 listings for properties to rent throughout Wellington on TradeMe, so any suggestion that this policy will increase the supply may be true, however the demand is simply not there. Economic grant and social rec being reprioritised. During the Revenue and Finance Working Group, officers recommended $3 million of savings in the climate mitigation and adaptation space. While this did not cut the funding completely, the recommendation deprioritised or deferred what officers said was not essential. I felt that these cuts went too far, and I recommended we keep most of the adaptation funding, given it assists infrastructure planning, which we've seen recently is critical. I felt that it was a reasonable compromise in the current financial environment. An amendment was struck to reinstate climate education and mitigation to the tune of $1.15 million by reducing consultant spend by $500 and reducing spend in social and rec by $650. Given the reliance of the public sector industry in Wellington and the recent government announcements regarding reducing the public service, it is now more even critical that we invest in economic growth by supporting other industries to spread our risk. The submissions from the residents have also strongly stated they value community spaces, and reinstating this funding ensures that we can meet that expectation. And finally, on cremation fees. When I proposed testing the cremation fees increases with our residents, I did so for a few reasons. One being, there are hundreds of fees we charge, and most people will not read that detail. They focus on the big rocks up for consultation, so I wanted to highlight a specific charge to bring people's attention to fees. Secondly, with rate increases being so high over the last few years and these increases being partially due to cost blowouts within council, I personally felt that our residents had been stung while alive, and to put a 20% increase in death was too far for me. Our officers have recommended that option A at a 20% increase is preferred due to a charge better aligning with other regional providers. The example given was Taurapa City Council, who charged $689 per adult cremation, where Wellington City Council charges $865, with a further $173 being added. This will go over $1,000. Wellington would actually be 50% more expensive than PCC. I also note that the majority of submitters also selected either 5% or inflation in their feedback. So to conclude, one resident has written to me and said, "So, I can't afford to live in Wellington, and now I can't afford to die here either. I would appreciate your support to keep these fees at inflation only." Thank you.
Thank you. We've just noted, because there was a change to the substantive recommendation 10. So the recommendation 10 that was in here was based on the original recommendations. So it really probably needs to come out now. It doesn't need to be deleted. So, or we could put it, yeah. So I think the question is, with the leave of the meeting, would you agree to removing 10? Because, would mover be agreeable to that?
Can you just clarify what you mean?
Yeah, because essentially, there was an amended substantive at the start of the meeting, which essentially said that, and we'd have to pull that up because
Clause 10 has now been moved for an amended substantive. This amendment would then seek to delete Clause 10 from the amended substantive, which would give absolutely no direction of how to find the remaining 0.22 million. So in a sense now you're, because there has been a change to the substantive, it's been superseded.
Yeah. So it's just, I just want to just take it out of this amendment because it doesn't relate anymore. Is it? Sorry?
So just for clarity, an amendment can't strike something out. You must vote down the substantive, foreshadow that you are putting something else up instead. So if their intent is to not support those changes, the appropriate thing for them to do is vote against those original recommendations in the substantive, because you can't put up a direct negative.
Yes. So this was put up before the amended substantive was known. So, and it's just that's one of those things that's just slipped through. So really it's just taking it right out. So
yeah, and I'm not sure that the crossing out is necessary because it's not an action that's being taken under the moving of the amendment.
Yep.
Yeah.
You're right, Georgia.
We're just taking it completely out of the amendment with leave of the meeting.
Happy to give
It's one less thing you have to vote on. If that helps. Okay, the mover agrees to that.
So just one more point, because that amount of money is also being taken out, that also reduces the total amount that's under involved.
Well, that would, I think the mover was intending that if that was the 220, that would come out of the 525k because it was all related to social and rec.
By that amount, yes.
Yep.
We can understand that.
Yep. It's not. We're not. There's no. From talking with the Councillor Young, it's not intended to double dip, so to speak. Yeah. Okay. Yep. Okay. Councillor Foon.
Apologies, Chair. I still just want, because I did get tripped up the other day, I just want to understand that if I want to vote for 11A, but I need to vote for 8, the main amendment, to be able to do that.
That's the intention, but I think at the end of the day, if you want to vote for that to be removed,
Would you take that separately?
we can take that separately.
Just speaking, not as the mover, but if this is a package, I think it's partly a chair's ruling as to whether or not these two paragraphs can be separated.
We can still take it separately. I mean, this was put together on the advice of Dem Services, I understand. So we're trying to just the essence of it is reduce the climate change discretionary budgets by 825 and put that money into frontline community services, social and rec, and in economic up to 300k.
I'm just conscious that, and this is partly under the instructions of the mayor, that amendments need to be put forward in turn and should all include the funding sources from which there to be any cost increases are to be saved. And by taking Part 11 separately, it may go against what the intention of that motion is.
Deputy Mayor McNulty?
I think what Councillor Randall's essentially saying, you could fall into a point where the 300k for Creative HQ is supported, which would get you above a level of comfort because the corresponding areas aren't put forward. I would argue the way we're wording and being consistent that this amendment has to be taken as it's written. If it fails, there could be foreshadowing to just put up the Creative Q as 300k. But that is the intention of what we're trying to get to. Do we put up a 300k for Creative HQ? And the way it's worded and how we've worked previously, that's my 2 cents.
Yeah. And just to clarify, that 300k is for economic and including creative, so it doesn't necessarily mean 300k completely going to Creative HQ, but anything in the economic area. Okay, so we're going to do... Okay. Oh, I don't... let's just... So we're just going to take a couple of minutes of German so we get this right once and for all. Thank you. We are going to now adjourn again. We're going to take lunch, so because rather than keep holding people up, we might as well go and get some lunch now. So we will adjourn to, I'll give everybody, we'll have a 45-minute lunch break. Is that sufficient? Yeah. We'll reconvene at 5 minutes past 1. And then we'll have this amendment sorted by then. Thank you. for your patience. We've just been working through the numbers because for the annual plan, it's critical, and for us to sort of work through on what our potential rates increase. We've needed to adjust Councillor Young as amendment because we need to take into account the substantive and also Deputy Mayor McNulty's amendments, which have passed. So we will just get that revised amendment up. And our CFO was going to take us through it just to give you a level of comfort. And just to note that I have asked our executive team, our Chief Planning Officer and our Chief Financial Officer to guarantee these figures. I'm not trying to put the onus back, but I'm relying on the figures that you're giving us for this. That means then that the amendment, the recommendation that Councillor Foon was asking for, number 11, that's not being removed as part of this amendment anymore. Yeah. So that will be able to be voted on separately.
Yeah.
Clean.
Yeah. So we've incorporated all of this into one worded section. We've created a new one, number 27. And so I'm just going to take you back through the history so that we've got a clear record of what we're trying to do here. So in the 12th of March meeting, Council Planning and Finance Committee meeting, as the original deliberations for what goes into the annual plan, 1.65 million was included as a start in the recommended report from the Revenue and Financial Value Review Working Group for cuts to the climate change response area. That was not agreed in full. What was agreed at that meeting was that savings of $500,000 would be achieved, with the remaining savings coming from the consultant's budget of $500,000 and $650,000 coming from the social and recreation area. Today, you have voted on through the Deputy Mayor McNulty's change that we can, based on council officers' advice, that the full 650k cannot be achieved. And therefore 220k will go back into the climate change response budget for that savings to be achieved. That's already been passed. So in effect, what we've got is the original advice was 1.65 million. You're now asking for savings of 720 million out of that pot. 720,000, sorry. Apologies, I knew I was going to make a mistake at some point. What this amendment is proposing is that the full 1.65 million is saved, with the exception we're taking out two things, 75k for the bike space and 250k for other sustainability funds.
Which will be retained.
Which will be retained in that climate change budget. So 1.65 less that 375 funding, less the 720 that the savings have already been committed to, which leaves 605,000. And this is looking to cut that 605 million from the climate change response, from that budget through the initial initiatives that were included in the 12th of March paper. So the transport promotions, engagement and behaviour change activities. This is proposing to decrease those areas again. In terms of where that funding goes, that would go to cover the Swimwell school swim fees and the Recreation Centre individual child program fees that have been amended to date. increase funding of economic grants, including Creative HQ grants of 200K, and the remainder would go to offsetting any further rates increases. That is the proposed amendment.
Madam Chair, I just want to be kept, because we've just had officers explain an amendment which is quite unusual. This is no endorsement of that amendment.
This is not an endorsement of the amendment. This is me unpacking what has previously been decided and what the intent of this is to take you through the finances. This is not an endorsement of this amendment.
It's to ensure that we have accurate information, and we're basing it on the advice of the officers in terms of the dollar amounts that are being talked about. This is not endorsement by officers of this recommendation, other than making sure that we are voting on something that's accurate. I think we've got some questions. Councillor Foon, first up.
Yeah, Chair, I'm sorry, but I just think in the past the style of amendment would not be accepted. Like, it's just a mashup, and so at least could we have bullet points so we can itemise what the proposal is, but it's not a style of amendment that I think we should accept. It's too mash-uppy.
In terms of basically, it's saying take 605 from the climate change response budget and offset it against putting money into these other items that are here. So they can't be taken separately, because otherwise the whole point of the amendment is lost. Councillor Randall.
Look, I appreciate the efforts. It is confusing. I just note the original amendment also included restoring funding for some of the PSR proposed cuts, and they're not mentioned.
I think it came down to there was not enough money to put into everything.
So this has been agreed with the mover?
This has been agreed with the mover.
Madam Chair, I just want to note this seems a highly unusual process that has still not got us to a very... I would just ask of colleagues that they work more on their amendments in future so we don't have to...
I think that there was a number of advice given that probably so we just needed to get to the bottom of it. So, okay, I had Deputy Mayor McNulty.
Has the amendment been moved and seconded at this point? I just can't remember.
The amendment the original amendment has been moved and seconded.
So does this need leave of the meeting?
I think we need leave of the meeting. Because the amendment that was put forward subsequently with advice from the officers, we've been given conflicting advice. So we're trying to make sure that the advice that we've got is accurate, which is what we've done. That's what we've worked through over the lunch break with. So the original amount of 1150 was not correct. It was correct at the time, but because of the changes to the substantive and the amendments passed through Deputy Mayor McNulty, it no longer added up. I'm not. No, it's not. It's not his fault.
We can just take leave of the meeting and then.
But we can try and take leave of the meeting. This is what's corrected. So it's up to the leave of the meeting. So, Councillor Abdurrahman. Oh, sorry, Al Rubai, sorry.
Okay, thank you, Chair. I'm just really confused. Does this mean this is becoming a double negative and going back on the original substantive that had been voted on? No? Okay, sorry,
No,
this is just becoming a bit confusing.
This is the intention not to go back on what was put into the amended substantive.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah. Councillor Abdurrahman?
I mean, it's not a question, but I think it's up to the movers and the seconder to argue for their point of views. And for some, it looks confusing at this stage, and I think let people vote accordingly. So, from what I see, it's just.
Yep. So can I call for any dissenters?
Is it appropriate to get a 10-minute break just so we can fully understand what this actually means? Because it's all been thrown on us last minute.
I think that's
amendment that doesn't even have the votes to pass, which we're just wasting an inoperable amount of time. And
Excuse me, Mayor McNulty, please do not interrupt. Thank you.
I do not intend to provide leave of the meeting.
Thank you. That's all I was asking for, not a debate. Thank you. Councillor Foon.
So how much are we increasing funding for economic grants?
So I, as chairperson, I do have the ability to, we're just going to take a short adjournment because there's a rule here that I can move an amended motion. So we're just going to make sure that's correct. So another 5 minutes adjournment. Thank you. the movers' agreement, Councillor Young, I, as chairperson, am going to move an amendment under section Standing Order 21.3, which I didn't know existed till today, to clarify intent of the new wording as shown on the screen, and that's in respect of recommendation number 27. And so that is an amendment from me as chairperson. I don't need a seconder. So I am putting that up. But what I will do is couldn't decide whether I could remove. Whether I could remove an amendment. Yep. Yeah. Yes, I am. Yeah. Okay. So, in terms of Councillor Young's original amendments, was seconded by Councillor Compton. She is now offline. I understand Councillor Tiefenbacher has agreed to act as seconder.
And what? Sure.
You agreed before, Councillor Tiefenbacher.
Oh, yeah. Originally I was going to. I have no idea what I'm now seconding, though. That's my only issue. But in the interest of democracy, I will.
Thank you. You did agree this morning, actually, so I will. It's not sprung on you.
Sorry, Chair, I just had a question for your clarification.
Yeah.
Because in the words originally moved, the total savings was $1.15 million. So this appears to me to be a different resolution.
It's going to be a different resolution. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to take this one separately. We're going to deal with Councillor Young's amendments. If we could just go back up through to those. Hang on a minute. So in terms of the original, which we haven't got up here, because number 27 is going to be my amendment. Okay, so it's not Councillor Young's amendment. So Councillor Young's original amendment, which has been put forward and seconded by Councillor Compton at the time, is not.
Yeah, you're withdrawing it.
Can I withdraw it? Because I was told I can't, so I can withdraw. No. I can withdraw it. Oh, okay. Okay, so this is part, okay, all right. Sorry, I'm just trying to do things by standing orders rather than common sense, but anyway. So apparently 27 is replacing the amendment that was put forward to reduce the budget, the climate change response budget by 1.150 million. It is now being replaced with number 27. Still stands. So still stands, okay? So this is just in respect of the climate change response budgets, which is now down to 605k left, and it's about then putting those savings in towards reducing the child swim fees, the recreation centre child program fees that amendments have been put through, increasing economic grants, including towards Creative HQ, and a total of 310k to offset other rates increases that might come about through these deliberations. Is everyone clear on that? Councillor Abdurrahman?
Chair, I'm just for clarity, and you said Councillor Tiefenbacher would be considered as a seconder. Is that a common sense or is that a standing order thing?
It's a standing order.
So you have the power to give it someone else. If the
somebody else can. If the original mover or seconder is no longer in the room for the debate, somebody else can stand in and take that role.
Okay.
Is there any other clarification? before we go into debate. Does anyone have questions of officers on the on recommendation number 27? Okay, we're all clear. Okay, debate. Does anybody want to speak? Had enough? Councillor Randall.
Thank you, Chair. So, we're starting this debate after such a long...
Yeah, I know. Sorry.
Look, I want to speak in favour of this. I think there are three main parts to this amendment. The short-term accommodation, as was outlined by the mover and seconder, delaying it is sensible. It's very likely that we are going to go towards something that's a much more effective solution in the form of a bed tax. Officers have already said too that they won't be able to implement anything before the 27-28 year, and I think there's a lot of things that we could improve on in this respect to this area. I'm also very conscious that when it is moved in, it's a very high penalty, where essentially for a whole year's rates, if someone's got something like a $4,000 residential rates bill, they're going to have to come up with another $10,000 roughly on top of everything, irrespective of whether they use their business has any accommodation in it or not. A bed tax, which is based on actual uses, seems much more sensible. In terms of the cremation fee, yes, I also want to support that. I think it just seems to be very, really, we are a very expensive city. And in respect to number 27, I think I just want to sort of reset. This is really a question of priorities for me. The city is struggling, and the proposal here to lower the amount that's, and not cut it completely, but lower the amount that's put forward to the climate change education and engagement, I think is a valid deprioritisation. The city's already done an enormous amount towards climate change and continues to do so. I mean, for goodness sake, and I think that really supporting these things around the key fees, rather than putting them on rates, and also supporting the economic growth that this city desperately needs, are higher priorities than having people learn about recycling and other things. So, it's just a matter of priorities. There's still a substantial amount in the climate change budget, and none of the climate adaptation funding has been touched. So that's continuing forward. So I just ask you to support this for those reasons. Thank you.
Any other speakers? Councillor Tiffenbacher.
Yeah, I think just on the STA, I do agree that for us to implement this rule when we know very well that there won't be any implication within this financial year, seems strange that we're dealing it with the annual plan, and I think it should really be coming through the long-term plan as a discussion and an implementation. I think the ability to actually enforce something and actually voting to do something that we possibly cannot actually enforce doesn't make much sense to me, and I think just from a logical point of view, I believe that we should be pausing anything around the STA until we can work on trying to get the government behind a bed tax. We do need to make it fairer on hotels and motels, but I think there's a way we can do that without causing ourselves lots of expense and lots of grief for very little probably return in the end. And as I said, since it's already been in law but since 2009 that we could charge and we haven't, that says something. It just says that we're playing around with a policy for the sake of playing around with something, and it should really go through a long-term plan. That's probably it. Cremations, I agree. I think the reality is most if we increase fees on anything, we effectively increase rates by stealth, if you like. I know it's targeted fees. The people that will suffer the most will be those on the lowest incomes, people with a house when they die. Their children get it. They can use that to pay for cremations. people without a house then have to find that money from somewhere. So I do have a little bit of concern that the astronomical increase in cremation fees versus a inflationary one or a 5% one, I think is just a little bit unfair.
Thank you. Any other speakers? Okay, I'm just going to speak briefly. I agree with pausing the short-term accommodation differential. Auckland Council and the government, as part of their City Deal announcement, have undertaken to work towards what is commonly known as a bed tax, and I think we should follow that lead. Presumably, knowing Mayor Wayne Brown, he's probably going to make sure that the government does deliver on that within the next 12 months, I would say, before the end of his tenure. So we don't want to reinvent the wheel, because at the moment it will really be an opt-in unless you get identified by trawling through websites to see if the property is on the market. So what it's going to mean is those ones who choose to opt in will be targeted with the rate, but others who don't won't be. And as we've heard, we are going to struggle when somebody wants to sell their house halfway through. It's with having commercial rates in the middle of a year, which is at 2.6, is still very high. If you think about the commercial differential, say for Auckland, that's 2.6 to start with. So we are basically charging what we should effectively be charging for a full commercial rate. So I think until we have a fairer system, it is not going to increase the long-term rentals and reduce rental amounts. That's already happening in our city because our population is not growing. And as we've seen, is house prices are continually to drop and or not increase at the same level. So what the problem, it's really, what is the problem we're trying to solve here? Because I don't think this is solving the problem in any way. It's just going to cause more administrative impact onto our offices at the time. And I think there's bigger things that we should be focusing on. In terms of supporting the savings from the climate change response budgets, I'm supporting this. I think we need to make sure that we are funding our core services, our social and recreation, that only us as a council does. A lot of these climate change promotion activities, some are funded by government, some are funded elsewhere through not-for-profits. So this is, from my perspective, discretionary spending. We've had announcements from the government about essentially this city losing approximately 4,000 public sector workers. We need to make sure we're in the strongest position to diversify our economy. So cutting in the economic space, I don't think is good planning at this stage. So this recommendation will support us focusing on our core business and focus on helping our city to diversify beyond relying on public servants, although it's a really important part of our being the capital city anyway. So, and I will support the cremation fees as well. So, is there any other speakers? Okay, first, I'd just like to thank everyone for their patience in getting this sorted through, and I think there's some lessons learned from this process. And I hope, Deputy Mayor McNulty, you haven't prejudged your decision before the debate was heard. Thank you. So we will go to a vote. So we're going to take them separately. We're going to take... Okay, so we're going to take what number is that? So we're going to take A and AA, those ones together.
Can we have a division, please, on these?
Yep. That's 7A and 7AA. It's all involving the short-term rental differential.
Yeah.
Apologies. Meant to vote no.
I've been so waiting to be a casting vote, and this hasn't arrived yet. That has failed. Next one is 7D, which is the cremation fees. If you could vote accordingly on that one. Do you want a division? And that has passed. And number 27. And we'll have a division on that too. And that has failed. Thank you, everyone. Right. Next amendment, I think, is Councillor Randall.
Okay, could you put that up, please? Thank you. My amendment proposes that the City Council halts the expenditure on cycleways, both in the cycleway program and the City Streets program, until further planning's done. There's many reasons why the cycleways really are not a priority anymore for this council. This council is in a financial crisis for a start. We are at 107% of our debt to revenue ratio, 207% when it should be down at 200%.
Deputy Mayor McNulty. Thank you.
It's really unaffordable. And I think one of the messages we've got through the whole long-term plan is this city has become unaffordable. The other issue though, is we need to have transport planning done in a joined-up way, and we can't. We keep on putting in a little bit of cycleway on Thorndon Quay, a little bit of cycleway on here. I mean, while there is a wider network, we're also, as we go along, compromising the city in unexpected ways. We've seen businesses struggle as they are, and as cycleways are implemented along the way. We've seen the craziness that has happened on Cambridge Terrace with the cycleway and bus lane put in, and while cycleway growth is encouraging, it is not replacing the numbers of people coming in, and that's one of the reasons which I am really, really concerned. The whole strategy of transport is based on moving more people with fewer vehicles, and I support that. But all the evidence is that the changes we've had to date are moving fewer people with fewer vehicles. People have stopped coming to Wellington, and the whole economy is suffering. We need joined up planning so we know that where the cycleways fit and the public transport improvements fit together, but they can fit together also in alignment with people driving in, which is still the main mode. I also want to raise the issue of what the submission said and how this council has tackled this, what is really a very controversial issue. Yes, we did. We put out an amendment. We put out a motion which only offered two options. One was continue with the cycleway program, and the other is to just do less cycleways. I've passed around, as I indicated, all of the comments from the option A, do fewer cycleways, which is the preferred option of, recommended in the report. The reality is that the majority of these comments are against having any cycleways. I just want to read a few, just three. One says, I'm an avid cyclist. Oh, goodness me. That's okay. So it says, this is what this submitter says. I'm an avid cyclist that owns 3 bikes. Yet I'm against the council putting in any more cycleways due to a lack of planning, simply putting no critical thinking was involved. It's almost as if the lines were drawn, just random lines were drawn. Now, this is a submitter who supported option A, but this is what he said. Another option, our city is in crisis as we already have a cycle network, a network of cycleways bringing people into the city. I would like to see cyclists use the waterfront more effectively or use the cycle parks at points around the city so that cyclists finish their commute on foot or by public transport. Putting further cycleways through the city will negatively impact our struggling city. Again, this is a person that's counted as supporting cycleways. And lastly, would prefer zero spending on cycleways. Why was this not an option from a submitter? Look, and that's a very good point. Why was no cycleways not put up as an option? I put up an amendment to add the option of stopping cycleways into this long-term plan, and that was voted down by the majority, which is likely to vote this down as well. The same majority. It's quite clear, 3/4 of the submissions, the comments in the submissions, which are counted as supporting cycleways, want to pause, stop, or cut them. And we've defeated democracy in this. And I, quite frankly, am a little bit ashamed that we did not give our public the chance to have their full say on what is really a controversial option. So I do think that the right thing to do is to recognise that the public is over it. To recognise that we need to stop, reassess and replan our transport strategy around the whole city. And so I urge you to support this.
Thank you. Do you have a seconder? Would you like to speak now or reserve your right?
I'll speak now, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Councillor Chung.
Okay. I've been a cyclist since I was 4 years old. I was born in the city and I've ridden around Wellington extensively. I've ridden the new Nauronga to Petone cycleway and I really like it. So I still continue. I have two bicycles, as well as not counting the motorbike, and I still ride around. And so, but I've never had an accident. I've never been hit by a car, close to a car, or anyone else. And so I think that we place a lot of importance on cycleways, and we talk about protected cycleways. Yes, I understand that, and I think that new cyclists, younger cyclists starting off, they do feel this sense of safety with protected cycle lanes. However, I note that Osaka, some of you know, a big city in Japan, 18 million people with 5 million cyclists. Now, traditionally, in Japan, they have one white line down the footpath, around a really wide footpath. One side is for pedestrians and the other side is for cyclists. And that's worked well for every city in Japan. However, because the numbers are actually increasing in Osaka, they've actually just changed their rules. And so now, because there's just too many people on their footpaths, and so now the cyclists actually have to ride on the road. And so they're mandated to ride on the road. And since they brought that in, there's not been one accident. And so there were fears when they planned this that, yes, there would be accidents because the cyclists are so used to riding on the footpath that they wouldn't be used to riding on the road, and the motorists wouldn't be used to having cyclists there. But it's actually proven that it's actually very safe. So I think that when I ride around, I find that it's safe riding around without a protected cycleway. I actually don't like being hemmed in by
a metre wide lane because I've got to watch out for those sticky things that stick out because I don't want to be riding into them either or falling on them. So I think that, yes, I can understand why the younger riders actually like protected lanes and they feel safer because of them. But sometimes I actually wonder whether this safety is just a perception and they're actually not safer. But, that's a debate that we can have any other time. But so I support this because, like Councillor Randall said, is that we don't have the money. And to put more money into these things when so many Wellingtonians say that they're quite happy to ride around without these cycle lanes. And one of the speakers that have come in here particularly, she's a real estate agent. She rides on a bicycle everywhere. She lives in Brooklyn and she said that she feels much safer riding on the road and not in cycle lanes. And this is an experienced cyclist who rides every single day and probably rides more kilometres than anyone else that I know. So I think that the time is right to actually pause what we're doing. Yes, we can go back to it at some other stage when we have some money, but we have absolutely no money now, as we all know. And so I think that we can give it a pause and we can see how that works. Thank you.
Yeah, Deputy Mayor McNulty?
I'd like to firstly thank Councillor Randall for reading out a comment that suggested there needed to be better usage of the waterfront in the cycle lanes. Bunny Street improvements plan to do exactly that, so I look forward to his enthusiastic support for that project, given that one of the examples he's gone on to frame this debate today is literally asking for improvements like Bunny Street. But lies and damn statistics. If someone listened to Councillor Randall's introduction, they would think that the majority of people that submitted for option A submitted in opposition. Councillor Randall is correct. A majority of the comments left for option A were negative. 2/3, not 75%, 66. However, so let's go through some raw numbers. Of 408 comments that were left, 270 approximately were in opposition. I'm working from paper. I don't have the luxury of a spreadsheet. There were 791 submissions in total for option A. So 34.1% of submissions for option A, if you go by negative comments, said that they wanted to say no. This then, of course, admits that there were 705 comments. The plurality was to go further. So to in any way, shape or form say through this consultation that inherently there was a overwhelming consensus to do less just doesn't line up with the statistics here. It just simply doesn't. Yes, the majority of comments in option A said were in opposition, but 1/3 were either neutral or supportive, plus the fact that most left no comment. So just thought we better, for the sake of debate, have nice clarity as we go and analyse our consultations or create subsamples of subsamples. At the end of the day, consultation or not, in November last year, Wellingtonians have never had clearer choices about, October, did they want to vote for candidates that were willing to invest into cycling infrastructure or not? And I mean, four of the top 5 mayoral candidates are sitting here at the table today. And overwhelmingly, Wellingtonians had a chance to speak on cycleways and they did not deliver the votes into people that ran very specific campaigns to stop on cycleways. They didn't do that in the wards either. So it's just not belied. And, I take today by taking a nuanced position where I don't think that the full expansion of funding is justified, but nor do I think that withdrawing entirely is justified of it either, creates flack from both ends. But I think that is what Wellingtonians generally want to see. They want to see haircut through it. They want to see prioritised investments like ones that make the waterfront a safer place to ride, like the Bunny Street improvements. So I'll leave it there.
Are there any other speakers? Councillor Matthews.
I just want to note that councillors who may share their own experiences of feeling safe should maybe give pause to thought about not only the other people that don't feel safe, but the other people who have literally not been safe. And I do recall a very emotional submission that we received about the man who lost his father, and that really affected me. And regardless of the position that you have, whether you vote for or against this amendment, please, please, please have a little bit of sensitivity to the fact that people have died and been seriously hurt when we don't have protected cycleway infrastructure.
Councillor Tiffenbarker.
Obviously, this is a very passionate subject for many. So the reality is we did hear from a lot of submitters, and most of them, to be fair, were pro-cycleway. And we know that the pro-cycleway group is very, very vocal, has been for years, and they're very, very out and about, if you like. The thing is, the reality is, of those people that spoke, most of them had very, very similar submissions, if not word for word exactly the same, which suggests that potentially they are part of the cycleway network anyway. However, the point would be this. They also pointed out, the guy that lives in Aru Street and is very thankful that we've got protected cycleways because he now goes to the supermarket and does his shopping, but lives in Aru Street. There's no supermarket you can get to go through a protected cycleway. All those people that said, I love biking, I bike every day, but we need to have an interconnected cycleway network, otherwise it just doesn't work. Yet I would say that probably none of them travel purely on a protected cycleway when they go wherever they're going. It's not possible because we're not connected, yet they do it every day, and that's their mode of transport. In response to the Deputy Mayor's comments, it's probably a reasonable assumption that those who didn't leave comments would have a similar percentage of response to the question, or some of similar feelings to it. I mean, we have no reason to expect that people that chose option A felt the need to voice their hatred of cycleways more than those that loved it. It makes no sense. So there is a reasonable assumption that the only thing today. Remember, this council did, as Councillor Randall pointed out, refuse to give the public a clear option to say no. Now, I'm constantly told that people love cycleways, and you're in the wrong, you're in the minority. Why is it that this council was unprepared to give people the opportunity to prove that for them? If your confidence is so high in the respect for cycleways and the desire for cycleways, why are you unwilling to actually have an open conversation around it? Surely that's what consultation is about. So I will be supporting this amendment. Obviously, many of you won't be, but quite frankly, I think that we need to be having open and fair conversations, and we shouldn't be claiming things that we are not prepared to actually back up with straight out voting. And I would point out, you're right, the Mayor won this very, very easily. I sat next to him most of the time. It wasn't all about cycleways. There's lots of other reasons why we chose the Mayor. So to suggest that the Mayor is forced into voting for cycleways because of that, I think is unreasonable.
It's a point of order misrepresentation because I didn't say that actually. What I made clear was that there was an option of candidates in the mayoral race and in constituency wards, and that there was clear options for people to express their desire to have no cycleways. That was not designated in the results. That was the specificity of my wording.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor McNulty, and I understand your points. I have to say, with Councillor Tiffenbarker, I did take a similar view to him, to what you said. However, I'm going to be peacekeeper here, and I'm just going to let it lie. I think you've explained your points, and Councillor Tiffenbarker has explained his. Okay, as Councillor Foon.
Yeah, I just really want to, and I appreciate we've all got different views and different sides of the table, but one ask I have is that we stop talking about a cycleway lobby, because the people that I saw that came, I've never seen them before in my life. They are changing their mode of transport by choice because it's working for them. Our job is to listen to them and the diversity that they are coming in to tell us that. So I'm asking not to create this broad kind of group which actually doesn't exist. It's gone beyond that now. Thank you, with respect.
Thank you. I'll just say a few words. I appreciate the sentiment of this amendment. I can see that we put in a lot of cycleways and there are rooms for improvement on the existing ones. So before we start moving into new ones, and we all know Glenmore Street is a key one of that. We all know the Molesworth Street one is not that safe, anecdotally. And there are other sections of our cycleways which we really need to look at fixing. However, this amendment doesn't necessarily deal with that, and I appreciate it. I listened to the submissions, but I also just want to point out to everyone, and this is a problem, when we hear oral submissions, if that's all you listen to, you need to read the papers, because they include all the submissions and, the ones that are written, and also the representative survey, and that's really important. So, so we need, and it's a challenge for this council to balance priorities and the wishes of the community. So, and I think I indicated last week that at the time when we had feedback from our officers on the consultation, and I asked a specific question in terms of roughly, it seemed that 60% of people either wanted to go with Proposal A, which is to retain, to have a cut-down program, or no more cycleways, and 40% wanted more cycleways. Now, you can question that statistic, and because I've heard different interpretations of statistics, but this is what I got, and this is what I got from officers. However, what I thought to myself was, I'm going to go for the compromise. So I'm going to support Proposal A, because that gives a little, but not completely. But so I won't be supporting this, but I absolutely support Councillor Randall's intent in this, because we really do need that transport plan, a network plan that we have been promised for years, literally. Never came from Let's Get Wellington Moving, never came from anywhere else, even afterwards. And I know Councillor Randall has championed that. So, but I won't be supporting it. Thank you. Any other speakers? Oh, okay, let's go to a vote. Oh, sorry, the right applies. Sorry, Councillor Randall.
Thank you. I just wanted to address a few things. First of all, I just want to note, I went through every comment that was put forward on cycleways. And it's actually very interesting, my analysis, and look, I'm put on the table, I may be a bit biased. But you have the same set, you're able to get exactly the same comments. You can do your own analysis. I looked at the comments, and by the comments, the numbers are to support cycleways, 46%. The numbers that are opposed for cycleways, 54%. Most of the comments are against cycleways. Our city is trying to tell us something through this annual plan. Councillor McNulty, very interesting way of cutting and slicing statistics. However, it would have been much easier if you had voted for having a zero option on cycleways. Councillor Matthews, yes, there are some tragic situations, but cycleways, people do die. We make hard decisions on that. We decided not to put fencing up on the waterfront, where people have died, and more people have died on the waterfront than cycling. In fact, the city has not had a cycling death in the last 10 years. Yet people have died on the waterfront and we haven't put up fencing. We've got to make these judgments. But trying to judge this would be much more helpful if Councillor Matthews had voted for having a zero option on cycleways, but she voted against having that in our annual plan, as did. So, Councillor Foon, you're absolutely right. Our job is to listen to them, and them are the public. I wanted to listen to them. That's why I put up the amendment to have the option of saying simply stop the cycleways. But you voted against it because you didn't want the option to be put forward to the public. So I really question whether or not you really do want to hear what the Wellington City public is trying to say. One of the things that I get after 6-7 months on this council, 8 months now, gosh, it goes quickly, is this council, what's this council like compared to the last council? And this council is a much better council than the last council. We're much more working together much more effectively and openly. I absolutely recognise that. But as far as the decisions we're making, I have to say that while the players may have changed, the teams have not. This council is still a council that wants, by its votes, to prioritise climate change over saving rates, to prioritise cycleways rather than restoring our resilience. And so I really would like to say, I like some different thing, but I can see that the writing's on the wall and this is going to fail. So, but I do thank you for the opportunity for having these comments. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Randall. So we will now go to a vote.
Can I have a division do?
Oh, yeah, that's fine. And that is lost. Okay, now we move on to, I think that's the last of the amendments. So, oh, yeah. So we're just going to take a 5-minute adjournment so that the officers can get up the final substantive so that we, everything's accurate. Thank you. to what you may want to be taken separately when we come to the vote, because I will we'll work through that at the time. But just if you give some thought now to what you might want to be taken separately, otherwise we'll go through them in blocks. So, as I said, back to the substantive. Is there any further debate? Anybody else like to speak? Okay. No? Oops, sorry. Well, then you're going to hear from me then. I'm seconding this motion. And look, I just want to say it has not been an easy plan. I'd just like to thank everyone for your consideration of it and working through it. We don't always get what we want, and I think everyone's felt a little bit of pain through this in one way or the other. I just want to thank officers also for helping us through this. We are setting a different direction and working to what Wellingtonians have told us. We are dealing with rising infrastructure costs, debt pressures, affordability concerns, and the economic uncertainty, not only brought about by the geopolitical situation, but also by government announcements. And so what this has really meant is we've had to really hone in on prioritization. We can't do everything. We can't save everyone. We can't save everything. And so we just need to prioritize. But within the annual plan, we're still investing in our city. We're still investing in our communities, and we're still maintaining and renewing infrastructure. We're still contributing to climate change, climate resilience, and our sports and rec facilities. I know what's been debated is we have different views about what those priorities are, and I'm hoping that we've landed in a good space. I think everyone was quietly surprised when we actually saw the number go down from 7.4 to 5.8. I know I personally was, and I think it is set, as I said, setting a new direction for this council. But if you think the decisions were pretty tough today, and I know there was a lot of angst on the grants subcommittee as well, I'll just remind you that we have got the long-term plan coming up as well in terms of shaping what that looks like over the next 6 months. And we have got to continue to review our priorities and do our best to make the city affordable, and also not just for residents, but also for our businesses. And just a reminder that while there's no change in the commercial rate differential this time around, at 3.7, it is way too high. And so we have to look at how we do start reducing that down so that we are competitive with other parts of New Zealand. So that's it. So I will, Councillor O'Brien, you wish to speak? Thank you.
Just really quickly, relatively happy with where we've landed on the annual plan, but I just want to talk really quickly about consultation and our consultation process. And I want to thank officers for the enormous amount of work they've done, an unprecedented amount of submissions and all that work I know goes into analysing all that data and giving us that so we can make an informed decision. And we've heard a lot today from councillors about the importance of those consultation results, and on many different issues people have talked about that. But I just found it interesting that when it came to our decision on short-term accommodation, those consultation results weren't mentioned, and in fact many of those same councillors that talked about how important that was spoke against the proposal. And so, like Councillor Randall, I also have access to a printer, and I printed out results which show that 72% of people strongly support the proposal, and only 12% oppose it, or strongly oppose it. And even for the consultation, 61% of submitters support or strongly support, or 24 oppose or strongly oppose. So I just want to make the point that if you claim to want this council to be one that listens to the community, You don't get to pick and choose times when that suits and times when it doesn't. And I also think it's a little bit patronising. I've seen the suggestion that Wellington residents don't understand proposals, and I don't. I think they do understand, and they made their voice very clear. That's my 2 cents. Thanks.
Thank you. Councillor Foon.
Yeah, kia ora. Just probably would like to also start off by thanking all of the submitters. We've got a very passionate city who really care about what we do and don't do, and they certainly let us know. So I just want to thank them. I just want to talk about the Tangako activation budget, really, as well as the economic grants. Alicia Mackay, who wrote that amazing book, can't remember the name, about local government, but talks about a council's Eiffel Tower moment. And whether you agree with it or not, the Te Matapihi and Te Ngākau activation budget was about trying to make that our Eiffel Tower moment. It was about bringing tourists and visitors for decades to come. And that's why it was there. And it's disappointing to see it ripped apart in the media when the intention was for the benefit of our city to bring people here and let our local businesses benefit from the footfall. Auckland Council has gone in with Auckland Live to say programming something every night. It's making their city safer and more vibrant. So what I ask you to do is when you do walk past Te Matapihi and the lights are out and it's not having that concert, which this was designed to be programmed, just remember we lost maybe our Eiffel Tower moment. But I'm going to keep going on that, and so we may be able to do it a different way. But I'm just asking you to, before we take that down, have that vision of what we were trying to do there. Just on economic grants and Creative HQ, just so disappointed to lose that, but I'll keep supporting when I can when we get the opportunity. But I just don't think that by reducing our economic grants, we are doing our local business community any favours. In the last term, we reduced the economic grant by 500k, so that's another 500k. This term, 17% decrease, and it's saying in the documents that is between a 3.8 million and a $16 million reduction in international visitor spend annually in Wellington. It's a false economy to cut that, so I won't be voting for that today, and we'll also be looking for another way to bring funding for those things back. I could go on about a lot of other things, but maybe I'd just like to say that in the Climate Monitor of 2025, 81% of Wellingtonians that were surveyed agreed that WCC has a responsibility to help reduce emissions. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Randall.
Thank you. I know I've already spoken to my amendment, but I just wanted to comment on Councillor O'Brien's statements around, listening to submissions. Look, I've heard all sorts of debates. My point was not actually about who's got the majority. My point is that 12 representatives around this council refused to put up the option of asking the public whether we should just stop cycleways. And Councillor O'Brien was one of those people who voted against having that option in our annual plan as well. And I think that's profoundly undemocratic. We've had a lot of debate, but what is the thing that I've not heard, having raised this matter, from any of the 12 representatives, is to explain why they voted against putting in the annual plan the opportunity for the public to say, let's just stop cycleways. The silence from people who voted against that option is deafening.
Thank you. Councillor Abdurrahman, then Tiffenbacher, then Arubayi. Considering no one put their hands up to speak, there's an awful lot now, but that's great, democracy. But Councillor Abdurrahman.
Kia ora whanau. I think today is a good day for our community, for the working people, for people who care about climate. I can see in front of me Councillor Roger and the rest who tried to do better in this long-term plan, in this annual plan. They didn't achieve what they wanted, but I'm sure there is something to celebrate there for them. I can see alongside on my right-hand side, Councillor Young and Councillor Randall and the rest who supported some of the areas who opposed in this long-term plan. You didn't get all that you want, but I think there are a lot to celebrate in this annual plan for you. And for me, I really wanted, if you ask me, I want to freeze the whole increase to the sports facilities and recreation spaces. I didn't get what I want, but I'm happy with what I got here. At least we managed to get, all of us, we got something in this annual plan. We got something for our community that we represent. It is not, I'm not celebrating winning all of them, no, because I still need more, but I didn't get all. That is for all of us. I think that is a good place to be when we are diverse around this table. Our community is diverse. There is no way one of us get all the way and the rest will be like kind of crashing out of this room. Even though I'm happy with this one, I also want to go into the long road that ahead of us. That is a long-term plan. Let's work together in achieving what is best out for our community. And we will have differences that will continue, but I think today this is really great for our working people. It's great for businesses, and 5.8 something. This is really, it's a for a council that has been arguing a lot and not a year ago about how many the increase would be, for the community that was expecting not long ago 7 point plus, now getting into 5.8, something we all should celebrate. Thanks to our officers, thanks to you all councillors as well, but in the future as well, let's make sure we use our time wisely, because time is money. We working on amendment that's not gonna go far for an hour and a half and it's still nothing much. Honestly, not to criticize, that is for me as well. Let's make sure in the future, work in advance and then make our point, even if we know it's not gonna go through, make our point, move on. I think it's just all the officers sitting around here, they could be working on something much better than listening to us here fighting on unnecessary things. With all due respect, I'll end it there. Thank you to you all.
Thank you, comrade. We will now move on to Councillor Tiffenbacher.
Firstly, thanks for the officers for getting the number down to 5.8% from the starting point that we were at. That is, as Councillor Abdurrahman has said, very, very good. I guess I just point out one thing though, that a 5.8% increase on a house worth $5,000 in rates is $290, which is our average property rates. If you look at Auckland and you go, they're closer to $3,000, $290 represents a 9.7% rate increase. So we've done pretty well to get it down to 5.8%, but a lot of the things we've done are depreciation. A lot of things are retiming of assets. The actual cost savings we've done within this organisation are not anywhere near substantial enough at this point in time, and we need to be focused on that for the next year to make sure that next year we're not in a position whereby we're going back to another 6% on top of this, 7% on top of this. We still need to do better, so we shouldn't be patting ourselves on the back too much at this point in time. It is a great result from where we started. It's still a substantial increase for Wellington households that are really, really struggling. And you got to remember, we are behind on just about every metric compared to the country. We still need to do better. So we can be happy that it's 5.8, not 12 point, whatever it was in last year's long-term plan, but we still have to accept we're still making people struggle to live in Wellington. Just very quickly on Councillor O'Brien's comments on the STA, I point out the submitters that did come in, some of them didn't like the social implications of Airbnb, which I fully understand, but this policy does not address that. We had submitters who mentioned the fact that STA's short-term accommodation takes rentals out of the market, but we're not addressing that with this because we actually have more rentals than we need at the moment as well. So the other thing is we didn't actually, when the officers were asked what the financial implications of the STA policy was, they couldn't give it to us because we're actually so unsure. So a lot of information wasn't included in the consultation. Hence the fact that I think that would be my argument for the fact that that consultation is slightly flawed. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Arubayi.
Thank you, Chair. I'd just like to call my colleagues, Councillor O'Brien and also Councillor Abdirahman's comments. And I just want to touch on a few things. One, I think it would be absolutely ill of me or selfish that I would be coming into this meeting thinking that I would get all the wins for my community without having to compromise on other things as well. Everybody's needs are important to them, and if the previous recent grant subcommittee meeting has taught me anything, is that it's the ugly reality that we are living in at the moment, and it could only get uglier in the future, not knowing what the government is about to impose or not impose. So making sure that we absolutely celebrate this plan as it is now. It is an absolute win for our communities to get 5.8 rather than whatever it would have been. I think we've done an incredible job. Officers have done an absolute immaculate job of bringing that advice to us, and we are getting the best deal for Wellingtonians that we could. On the campaign trail, the one common factor that everybody had in common, whether you're poor, you owned a house or you didn't, you were a Green voter or you weren't, you were a Labour voter or not, it was affordability. Despite wanting all of these beautiful things for our community, which absolutely we'll keep advocating for and try and figure out ways to do, but everybody found it unaffordable. And so this is a big win for our community, for all Wellingtonians. Thank you. I'll leave it at that.
Thank you. Councillor Young.
Brevity again. This is my 13th annual plan, and it's the first time I've voted for it.
Oh, that's nice. Must be down to the chairing. Well, I've got to take it where I can. Okay, any other speakers? No? Okay, write a reply, man.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, colleagues. And just echoing Councillor Young's comment just now, Chair, can I thank you for your stewardship through chairing these meetings that have led to this point, and for the leadership that you have shown and the work you've done with me and others, no doubt. But I'm very appreciative of that, so thank you. To Deputy Mayor Ben McNulty too, knowing that some of the content of this annual plan derives from the work of the Financial Review Working Group that you chair, so thank you for that work. We all know that that's ongoing, there's still plenty more to do. To council officers who have been involved, particularly Andrea Reeves, Raina, and others who have been involved in providing advice, trying to keep us informed, assisting with amendments. Thank you for the incredible effort that you've put into that. But most importantly, thank you to colleagues. I think this has been, we've had some good debates and discussions. This is a council of diverse views. That's a good and a healthy thing. And we might look at each other and think, you know, gee, your views are entrenched. But actually, we just come from our lived experiences, the views that we hold, the political leanings that we have, and we bring our perspectives to it. What I want to say about this annual plan is that I think it does achieve the balance that is right for 2026, 2027. It is one step. It is a first step into the future that we have to collectively have to lead Wellington through, which is an economic realignment, but laying a foundation for improved civic and economic performance for the future. Just in relation to the climate change issues, I also want to be very clear. This is a council that I think as an organisation, through successive political leadership, has taken seriously the challenge of climate change for our city. And as speakers have said, we've seen the impact of climate change, the developing impact of climate change, because it is clear that it is intensifying. And it is important that we do that in the context of what we have to do, which is a city that has to get to grips with its spending and the need for greater financial control. We are continuing to invest in climate change, and that's good. we are continuing with the cycleway program. I disagree with those who say that there is a widespread appetite amongst Wellingtonians to stop the cycleway program, to stop cycleways altogether. There isn't. The survey responses showed that there isn't, and we had a range of submissions, and people can say, yep, those who are most motivated to come and speak will speak. We had a variety of views in the submissions. But we heard from people who are not, as Councillor Foon has said, are not part of a lobby. They are keen and interested people who are equally passionate about the city that we're all passionate about, who are saying that the reason they are here and the reason they are still here is because as people who like to cycle at least some of the time, they feel safe doing so. So we continue the cycleway program. It is not as aggressive as some would like around the table, but we are continuing nevertheless. We still have the bike maintenance program. We still have the decasification of the pool program. We still have the fact that every business unit in the City Council has to consider the Council's climate change goals. We still have the Climate Sustainability Fund. All of those things are important as part of our contribution to carbon emissions reduction and climate adaptation. In relation to the other set of amendments that came up, I acknowledge the debate on the short-term accommodation. The reality is some of what the latter amendment on that was trying to achieve is in fact already being achieved. We know that implementation can't happen before financial year 2027, and there's a lot of water to go under that bridge. And we still have, as the training plan commits us to, the opportunity and indeed the need to continue to lobby government on a nationwide bed tax. And I think there are enough political parties in Parliament that are sympathetic to that cause. I'd be surprised if we don't see something in the next year or so. In relation to the economic grants, and yes, as I said in my opening, it would be nice to do more stuff. This is an annual plan. This is a budget that has taken from pretty much every part of the council spending, and everybody's had to give a bit. I'm not sure that adding back in $200,000 in economic grants, including however much to Creative HQ, is a response to significant public service cuts over the next 3 years. And we have to be realistic about that. When we come to the long-term plan and future annual plans, we are going to have to think seriously about how we commit to spruiking economic growth and economic development in Wellington City. But $200,000 in a single financial year in the face of what we've got is not it. My assessment is this: what business most wants in Wellington is to see a council that is getting its spending under control, and they want to see a council for which there might be a pathway, hopefully in the near future, to addressing the commercial differential, which in Wellington is clearly out of whack with the rest of the country. When business sees us getting our spending under control, much less the residents and ratepayers, they will have a sense of confidence, and it's important that we do that. I know Councillor Foon is concerned in relation to the budget for activation, for activities and things like Te Ngākau and the Eiffel Tower moment. Here's I think what is significant is the fact that Te Matapihi is now here and it's open. And we can see the level of use that it's getting and how attractive that is. And I hear from people, not just Wellingtonians, but actually people who live outside our city precincts, who tell me how much they love going there. I've lost count of the number of out-of-town visitors, like genuinely out of town, in the sense of beyond, Levin and Masterton, who come here and tell me how thrilled they are to visit Te Matapihi. They love it. The Eiffel Tower is here. It doesn't need a whole lot of money poured into getting more people here. They're coming here, and they will continue to come here. And so the Eiffel Tower is there. It looks splendid. It's going to continue to attract people. I might say I had a person from the hospitality industry who'd been around for a long time, been around Wellington for a long time, run a number of hospitality businesses right into entertainment and the arts. And he expressed resentment about the budget that was previously in place for activating for Tanaka. He made the point, you don't need to. People are already coming there, and I think that's right. So I think this annual plan is a first step for this council on the path to greater affordability for Wellington. As Councillor Tiefenbacher has said, it can't stop there, and it won't stop there. We have more work to do, and the long-term plan will be a big challenge for us, and future annual plans will be too. But this starts that pathway. It sends a signal that we are serious about getting spending under control. We have plenty more to do, and I'm confident that together we will do it. There's no need for us, any of us, to shed our particular perspectives and views. All of those views and perspectives are important. This is Wellington. It's the capital city. It's a political city. Of course, we're going to have differing views, and because we're also the capital city, we're all capable and articulate and expressing those views, and we should, and we bring those in the discussions that we have, and we bring it to the table. That's a good thing, and it's a healthy thing, and it's good for Wellington. So on that note, Chair, I thank everybody, and I commend the recommendations as they now are to Council.
Thank you. Now we are going to take some separately. I have had a request to take some of the ones under 11, which is agreeing the annual plan changes that were consulted on in terms of the operational expenditure. So that's 11A, D, E, and F.
Can we just scroll down,
please?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And if you could just check your agendas, because that will also. So if you could just scroll down to 11. So there's been no changes to those. So 11, A, D, E, and F, 4.
And also the key proposal on cycleways I would like to take separately.
Which is that 7A, I think.
Yeah, and there was another one that was for the reallocation of the money that was not found in the sports and recreation budget.
That was the substantive amendment, was it?
Yeah, that's correct.
Yeah.
Was that number 10?
Yeah, 10.
Number
and
10.
10B, yeah.
So we'll take 10 separately. So it's a 10B, but it's really 10A, isn't it? Yeah. We'll do it. So are those the only ones people want to be taken separately? Because I can do the rest in bulk. All right. Okay. So 7A is separate. Yeah. And
Maybe the short-term accommodation ones we could do separated as well.
Yep. That is. Did you? That is 7A being taken separately. The bike network B, was that to be taken separately?
Yes,
yep.
please.
And
C and D.
What was and C and D separately? Because that's changed.
Oh,
I think D's changed.
Sorry. No,
yeah.
I take that back. Take
Yeah.
away C and D. Could we have a division? Thanks.
Okay, and is that it? Well, okay, all right. Well, we're just gonna double check. So we're going to go through in up to we're going to go from 1 till 6. So if we could of your recommendations, and they're as per the papers. So we'll take both of them together. No, I think I think it's easier because then we can scroll down and see. Yeah. Yeah. So you're fine. So number 1 to 7, which is receiving the information, receiving the survey, and noting the annual plan increase. And that is carried unanimously. Now we are doing 7A, which is the short-term accommodation proposal. And so we're taking A and number 1 together. Is that, I'm assuming you don't want those two splits, so we'll do them both together. We'll take a division on all of these as well, just and that has passed. Next one is a 7B, which is the Panaki Punaki Bike Network. About my vote.
Can I change my vote, please, to green? No, just because, my understanding of what we were voting for, I'd rather not have either, to be honest, but I'd rather have that than the other option. Yeah, so my vote is yes.
Yeah, okay. Okay, is everyone okay? We take 7 C and E together. I don't see any calls for those separate. Yep, so we'll do 7 just to keep it even, we'll know what we're up to. C, D, and E. Yep. Thank you. We're now going to do 8, 9. Oh, so we've got a new, 7A, sorry. And we have a new 7A. We are, can we do that together? So can we do 7A, 8, and 9 together, please? So that's all of 7 and all of 9.
Can we take 9 separately, please?
Sorry, which one?
9.
You want 9. Which part of 9 you wanted to?
All of it. Just as
Okay,
separate item.
so we'll do 7A and 8
that's
together now. Carried unanimously. And now we will do 9. I'm assuming all of 9A, B, C together. Okay. So and that has passed. We are up to number 10.
There's a wording in here that doesn't actually make sense. Area be either achieved through. I think dropping the word either would make sense because of what was initially there.
Yep. So okay. And yeah. Okay. Thank you. That is a practical change, common sense change. Okay. So we will vote on number 10 separately. Okay, thank you. We are now going to 11A, which is a reduction in the economics grants. And that has passed. Are you okay if we do 11B and C together, which is the Heritage and Urban Development Office? So, cool. So we will do 11B and C together. And we will now do 11D, which is the saving and support for community climate mitigation. Oh, no, because I've got people wanting to do separately. So we could do D. And now we will go on to 11E, which is the reduction in activities in Tanako Civic Square. Okay. Now I'm going to take 11F1, 2, 3 together. Number 4 is being done separately, which is the reduction in international tourism funding. So this is F1 to 3. Carried unanimously. And now we have 11F4, which is the reduction in international tourism funding. And that's carried. Now, we can do the rest together, unless, which is from 12 to 26. Okay, so 12 to 26. Is everyone okay? We take those together. I don't hear any objection. Okay, 12 to 26 all together. Oh, sorry. So there's only changes. There's, and that 20B was a change substantive. Yep. I'm hearing no dissent. So, okay. 26. Everything else, basically. And passed unanimously. Thank you, everyone. That was a good debate, and I know it took a bit longer, but I think this is our plan for the year. So it's really important that we get it right and we get as much agreement as possible. Okay, we're going to take a 10-minute break before we go into our quarterly 3 report, and yeah, so 10 minutes, which will take us to 3:10. Thank you. Now, I'd love to guarantee that you'd be out of here by 3:30, but I'm not quite sure. So we're going to pass an amendment, a motion that we do extend past 3:30, but that's, that doesn't mean we're going to go on forever. I will move this motion now that we extend the meeting beyond 6 hours in accordance with Standing Order 11.7. Do I have a seconder? Thank you, Councillor O'Brien. Let's vote. I take it there's no debate. No right to reply. Let's just get into it. Yep. And that has passed. Thank you. Okay, we are now moving into the change of pace into the quarterly performance report. And thank you. Welcome back to the table, Baz Kaufman and Raina Kiriyama. And over to you to introduce the report.
Kia ora koutou. So this is the report related to the quarter 3 for the 25-26 financial year. We will take the report as read and happy to answer any questions.
Does anybody have any questions? Thank you. Okay. All right. So we will thank you, officers. And I just want to thank, I know we had, it's not that we did have a lot of questions, which I know have been answered. So thank you, officers. And for the public, if you want to look at what those were, they will be available online, attached to the minutes as well. Are there any? Is there any debate? Sorry, I'll move the paper. Sorry, just getting ahead of myself here. So look, I know we moved forward with our annual plan, but a lot of it was based on what was showing in our quarter 3 performance report. We are starting. In this report, we were starting to see the implications of the geopolitical issues in terms of the fuel. And we also know that in terms, and this was before the floods also in April, but it was also factoring in the Moa Point matter here. I will make a comment. I noticed in the deep dive with the Te Puka Ora strategy, one of the challenges that I find with looking at these deep dive into these strategies is I can't see a match with what we're putting in from a cost perspective to what are the benefits that we're actually getting. When I've asked for the details of costs, no one can provide them to me. And I think if we're going to be investing in activities to drive forward our strategies, to really determine whether our strategies are having an effect and we are putting our resources into the right areas, we need to have improved accountability. So I think, and this is not just picking on this particular strategy, I notice is in the other deep dive strategies that we've had. So we really need to, I think from a governance perspective, have that information more readily available so we know we're doing for a value for money. We're doing the best things we can to drive our strategies, because if we don't have the information to determine whether we can't make future decisions. So just a note to officers, I would really like to see how we can improve that reporting, and I'm happy to work with anyone on that as well. So I understand Councillor O'Brien will be seconding it. Would you like to speak now or reserve your right? Is there anyone else who would like to speak? Oh, sorry. Questions. I'm ready to finish. Oh, we had questions. Yes, sorry. So does anybody wish to speak? Oh, sorry, Councillor Fern.
Yeah, I just wanted to point out it was there's always positive reading down in the smaller print. Takina's been having a really great return. Sorry, I didn't make notes there. The events, Gardens Magic, Pacifica, Waitangi Day, Cuba Duba. So I'm really glad we didn't cut the creative capital funding. Thank you. But also the thing that I really wanted to say was for past Councillor Malcolm Sparrow, it is great to see the new whare paku in London. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Is there any other speakers? Councillor Randall.
Thank you, Councillor Calvert. Yes, I just want to reflect too on the concerns I have around us progressing some of these initiatives without quantitative measures. One of the things I wanted to point out to elected members is that within our procurement strategy, we already have environmental and social outcomes, which are bonuses we pay under our contracts for environmental recycling, support for Pacifica and Maori, that sort of thing. And officers, even though we apparently make payments on them, they're certainly in the contracts, officers are unable to tell us what we're spending on that. I do understand that the new projects framework that is being established will, include capturing these sort of payments. But I just want to make the point that us investing in initiatives that don't have quantitative measures that track both the financial impact and the benefits that we're getting from it are really leading us into a path of spending money for what we don't know. We can't, where officers can't really give us some accountability on it. So I just have a real concern. I just want to flag that. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other speakers? Councillor Chung.
I looked at this data and I sort of look at things then I think that, that looks alarming, like the number of business units are down. But I'm in a quandary about the strategies that we actually have to actually turn this around. So what is our thinking behind when our business units, when the number of businesses drop, do we say, okay, we need to actually understand exactly why it is that they're dropping, and that's the information that we've got short. So are these businesses quitting because there's a lot of discussion about, we can't do business anymore because of different reasons, like the economic climate is going down, the number of people, number of foot traffic is actually down, or the number of car parks outside of businesses that are actually reducing, so therefore motorists can't stop. How can we actually do an analysis on these things to understand, or do we do an analysis on each of these businesses and go out and talk to them, say, why are you closing? Why are you finding that you can't cope with business anymore? So we need to understand those things before we come out with an action point on how we actually fix it, how we turn that around. And so I'd like some sort of feedback from the staff about, do we actually do those things? And if we don't, should we be doing them? And how will we actually action those things afterwards? Because it's one thing to look at the numbers, but another thing to actually come up with a solid plan to try and turn that around. And I see that as being our job. Thanks.
Thank you. Thank you. Is there any other speakers? Okay, just very briefly, right of reply. Thank you, Councillor Foon, for pointing out some good stuff, and highlighting that. That's great. And Councillor Chung, it's good ideas, and perhaps you can refer that matter to the officers and see whether you can get the information that you're looking for. So with that, I'm relying that everyone wants to take everything together. So we will go to the vote. Thank you, and that's passed unanimously. Thank you. Okay, we next move to the decision register updates and upcoming reports. Okay, we got an officer introducing it. Andrea.
I will take the paper as read.
Thank you. Is there any questions of the officers? Okay. I will move the paper. Just want to point out that, and I think as Baz Kaufman, as the officer said earlier on, that this is whilst this is not the final annual plan, it is final in terms of the content. Officers will now go away and finalise it from what we've decided today. And next month, they'll come back with the final version that will come back through to this committee before going through to council for final adoption, so that we can set our rates by the 1st of July. I don't think there's anything else that will really come back other than what's on here. So can I have a seconder, please? Thank you, Councillor O'Brien. Is there any debate? No? Okay. Well, no right of reply. Let's go to the vote. Thank you. Carried unanimously. So I now declare the meeting closed before 3:30, and so I was not expecting that, to be honest, but anyway. So could you please join me in the karakia? Onehea, 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 ki te uratapa nui, kia wātea, kia mama, tēnā ko, te tinana, te wairua, ki ara takatu, koirā I ronga, Bagiria aki ki ronga, kia wātea, aira ku wātea. Thank you, everyone.